It's 10:34, so let's get started.
Yeah. Okay.
10:35, or we should get started now.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me share this. All right, so let's get started. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the CISE Career Workshop. My name is Wenjing Lou. I'm a professor of computer science at Virginia Tech. Along with my colleagues, Ali Butt and Boji, we're very happy to help NSF organize this workshop this year. We have over 900 people registered for this workshop, and we have 308 one-on-one meetings arranged for PIs to meet with NSF PDs in the rest of the week. So we hope this event will help you when you prepare your career proposals. So let me briefly introduce today's agenda. So we first will have the welcome speech from the CISE leadership, and then we will have 6 program directors from different CISE divisions and programs to answer your questions about CISE and particularly about the career program. So I encourage you to bring your questions to them. Next, we will hear from 4 past career awardees. So 1 winner from each CISE division. So they will share their successful career proposal development story. And then we will have a 30 minutes break. When coming back, they will be ready to answer any questions you may have. So please bring your question to them too. And following that, we will have 2 program directors telling stories and advices from inside the NSF, right? How proposals are processed and evaluated inside NSF, as well as some common problems that can be avoided from a program director's point of view. And so the last session of today is a program-specific breakout discussion. You will have the opportunity to enter any program room that interests you. You can meet the program directors there and learn more about that specific program. So once again, thank you for joining us today, and we hope you enjoy the workshop and find it helpful as you prepare your career proposal. All right, so that's the brief intro. So without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, Dr. Margaret Martonosi. So Dr. Martonosi is Assistant Director of CISE, basically the head of CISE. So, so she will talk about basically the CISE and also the career programs. So Margaret, please take it away.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us here. Over 500 on the Zoom, and I think more registered. And I realize that a lot of you are here for very concrete advice on proposal writing, some of which I will give, but most of which the program officers and others will give. So with that, let me give a brief introduction, if you will, starting with some thank yous. Thank you to Wenjing and others at Virginia Tech who are leading this effort. And thank you to the folks in CISE who have put so much work into it as well. These things are really important. These things don't happen without effort, and I appreciate so much, we all appreciate so much the effort that made this happen today and every previous year too. So I always start my talks with this slide. Some of you, if you've seen me talk before, might be a little bit sick of my tree, but it continues to be sort of a very resonant metaphor for me. Research is about planting trees. So this is actually a picture of a tree in my backyard. It's been there for decades. I don't know who planted it, but I really appreciate that they did. Research is about those kinds of long-term visions, long-term efforts. When you write a career proposal this year, you're envisioning things for 5 years, but really for beyond as well, the impact that you might have, both through the research impacts, through the PhD students you'll advise, and through the students that you'll teach in the educational and curricular plans that you make. And so NSF is in the business of trying to help people get those trees planted and cultivated and nurtured to full size, full impact. So with that, I always start with this picture because I think it's really motivating, and I go in different directions. Today, I thought I would give one example of what I call a tree story or an impact story. This one is about Duolingo, and I bet that in a Zoom with 550 participants, at least one of you has used Duolingo this week or this month. Did you know that it has its roots in SISE funding? So in particular, Luis Van On, CEO of Duolingo, is someone that NSF and SISE supported basically throughout his graduate research when he first arrived in the US from Guatemala. And we also supported several of the senior executives of Duolingo who were his grad students. But if we go sort of dig in a little bit more, how did this actually work? The SISE funding that Professor Van On received was about advancing computational models for human computational systems, among other things. And in particular, they were looking at education as a tool for generating data that in turn would help train more accurate machine learning models for language translation. If you've ever used Duolingo, then you can appreciate how sort of that research goal of trying to gather data based on educational scenarios and what it might be used for in language translation feels very aligned with where Duolingo lined up. So they started out down a research pathway. In the process, what they grew is a very large company, greater than $3 billion, free and accessible language and math learning app, huge numbers of users. But they also touched many of our lives by helping us learn new languages. And so this is an example of a tree story. As with many of these impact stories that I tell, the way the research intended to go is a part of the story, and then where that research actually went over the 3 years or 5 years of the effort and beyond can often be that, but with a tilt, with navigation, with nimbleness as it continued. So I always start with the tree and the tree story. Let's get into a little more nuts and bolts. So NSF's mission, we're over 70 years old now. The mission is this broad mission. We are the nation's all of science, basic science research agency, and we've been that for over 70 years. What SISE does deeply supports this mission of promoting the progress of science to advance national health, prosperity, and welfare, and so forth. We SISE, work on advancing this mission in coordination with the other programmatic directorates and offices around NSF. Almost everything we do is collaborative across these topic areas and through the crosscuts. If we dig into how SISE is organized, this is an org chart. I don't expect you to sort of memorize org charts, but I do think it's helpful for you to kind of get a sense for the many acronyms that you've probably been hearing about NSF and SISE, and to hear how a few of them fit together. So JD Kundu and myself are the SISE leadership. SISE itself is organized into 4 units, 3 of which represent what we call the research divisions, and the 4th of which, the Office of Advanced Cyber Infrastructure, is organizationally within SISE, but actually has this much broader mission to support the full science and engineering community, astronomy to zoology, with cyber infrastructure. So often when you think about your career proposal, you're deciding which place to send it to, CCF, IIS, CNS, or OAC. That's great. I would also encourage you for other funding opportunities to think beyond these disciplinary focused efforts and to think about multidisciplinary efforts as well. And I'll get into that in a moment. The other reason why I show this slide is for you to see that there are people involved, right? There's people that are going to be taking you through sort of the flow of the proposal and review process in the next hour. And there's people who lead these divisions, and we are open to being contacted. We are open to having conversations with you. We try to be very approachable. And I think that's one of the things that I hope you'll hear today. In addition to those domain-focused things, there are many major SISE-wide and multi-directorate initiatives. We are perfectly happy to color across the lines of these boxes when the opportunity calls for it. These are just a few of the places where that's the case. This is an eye chart, but I show this eye chart because I want you to know that there is more you can go for than career and SISE core funding. There are a range of interdisciplinary projects that SISE either leads or participates in, and I want you to know that these exist so that you can think about adding these to your plans as well. I will make sure that a PDF of these slides gets to you so that you don't need to memorize this list right away. By the numbers, this is what SISE, the directorate, looks like. We have just over $1 billion in annual budget, and we receive around 6,000 to 7,000 proposals a year. It is our mission to steward those proposals through a rigorous and well-respected review process and make as many strategic and highly rated awards as we can. In recent years, that's been around 25 to 28% of the proposals we receive. NSF is in the unique position of being the major funder across many different scientific topic areas, but nowhere is that more true than computing, where we fund 80% of the federal funding that goes out to US academic institutions in that topic area. So that's a big opportunity and a big responsibility. And as computing grows in its importance, in its alignment with national priorities, we need to make sure that the resources scale as well. On the right-hand side of this slide, you can see some other numbers, 376 institutions supported. So if you're familiar with the notion of a Carnegie R1 institution, the most research-intensive institutions in America, many of you may be at an R1, know that there are about 150 of those in America. So yes, we fund essentially all of those, but that's not even half of who we fund. So if you are at a predominantly undergrad institution, if you are at an R2 institution, if you are at some other emerging research institution, please know that you're in the right place. We are seeking to fund a broad cross-section of American research that happens in a range of different entities. I also want to call attention to the numbers on the people that we support. Over 20,000 people from faculty, postdocs, grad students, and undergrads. So let's talk a little bit about the Career Award. It is NSF's sort of all-topic area early career program. And I think for everyone who thinks about career, they have a slightly different viewpoint on the degree to which it's a chance to get started on your academic career. It's a reward for having gotten off to a good start on your academic career, or is it a check mark that you tick off hopefully just before your tenure case? We hope that nobody is seeing it as just a check mark for tenure. That's not healthy for you as researchers. That's not healthy for your departments. Rather, the goal is to have it be a foundation-wide activity that is in support of early career faculty who have the potential, and I want to stress that word potential, to serve as academic role models in research and education. So we're trying to award for potential and then offer you the resources that will help you reach that potential. And in particular, I want to stress this. We issued a Dear Colleague letter 3 years ago on this very topic, and I have been saying it for the 3 years that I've been at NSF. There is no need for you to wait. We want to encourage more of you to take your first try at career within the first 2 years of your faculty position. We have data that shows that people who do their first attempt at career earlier do just fine, in many cases, having a higher success rate than folks who wait and do their career later. Please don't take your good ideas, put them on a shelf, and wait to do them later just before tenure. Please, if you have a good idea and your proposal is something that you can work on to express that good idea, then do so, because our goal is for career to not recognize proven scholarship, but rather to enable it. We want to award for potential. The other thing I will say is that CRII, which is the SISE Research Initiation Program, and career have different goals. CRII is for non-R1 institutions. It is intended to provide startup support for early career PIs who, being at a non-R1 institution, may not see the same level playing field when it comes to things like startup packages. So if you are at an R1, go straight to career. If you're at a non-R1, consider a CRII first. And we're happy to kind of field questions about that, both today and by email. Career has been around for a while. And in fact, I get a kick out of showing this screenshot. This is my career award from almost 30 years ago. I was part of the first class. To say it changed my life sounds a bit overly dramatic, but it did change my life because it gave me the funding to get started on an independent research endeavor. And I'm grateful to NSF. One of the reasons why I came to NSF as a rotator to lead SISE was in thanks for things like this. And I hope that in 25 or 30 years, you might be telling the next generation of scientists about how a career award and an NSF award changed your life as well. A few bits of advice and then into Q&A. This is general early career advice. Forgive me if you've already heard it, but I'm including it for the folks who I think are very early in their time here in the hopes that there are some folks in their first or second year who are thinking about doing career right away. Number one, being a faculty member is an extraordinary opportunity to learn new skills, new technical tricks and topics, and to learn how to communicate your results effectively. So, be open to the new skills. Don't feel boxed in by what you did your dissertation on. I will also say that, strategies for time management and context switching that work for you are every bit as important as the technical skill set, because work-life balance matters, and managing your time in order to get the best kind of research outcomes and life outcomes matters. On the people side, be a good colleague and look for and enjoy the fun of working with good colleagues. That is the great joy of being an academic researcher. And I hope you will find that set of people to have that joy with, and be open to asking for feedback. In particular, when you write a career proposal, write it early enough that you can send a draft to someone 6 weeks before the deadline. So the time to be sending that draft around is not July 19th, it's maybe June 19th or June 1st, because then you can really wholeheartedly listen to the feedback, act on it, and create another iteration. Who do you send that draft to? You send it to some mentors, you send it to some peers. And this is a great chance to cultivate some mentors and peers, swap proposals with people, hear from your colleagues, both at your own school and at other schools who may have had success either with a career or with other funding opportunities. And then in terms of mindset, please do get some sleep. I could, if I had more time, tell you about my first year as a faculty member, which is not the work-life balance that I would recommend to anyone else. And be ready to find some fun in this adventure. There is a lot of fun to be found. And I think the best science happens when people are working together and are seeing it as an opportunity to have impact, but also to, sort of pursue their creative directions. Most of all, I want everyone, all 601 participants on this Zoom, to know you belong here. We need you. We need every single bit of talent that we have in America and on this planet to take on the big challenges like climate, like cybersecurity, like trustworthy AI. We need all of you. So welcome and thank you. And I'm happy to field some questions now. And I think, so I'm going to stop sharing. I can see the Q&A.
Yeah, I think the first question is for you. Someone asked, may I ask why some of the programs are in gray color in the previous slides?
Yeah, so let's see. So I grabbed this quickly. I think it did a formatting shift. The gray doesn't mean anything as far as I know. Next question is about award rate per cluster. We don't make public the award rate per cluster like HCC, RI, III, but we do have a public webpage that shows the award rate per division, and you can take a look at that. Maybe in a moment I can find that and put it into the answer field, or one of my colleagues can. The other thing I would say is that we're constantly working to try to ensure that there is some reasonable balance across the different topic areas in terms of award rate. We don't want it to look like across the core, there are some parts that are way more competitive than others, to use your language. The other thing I will say on this front, because I think it isn't always appreciated, especially by the folks who are going after career, is I want to say that we work hard to make sure that the career funding percentage is slightly higher, if at all possible, than the core size core small funding percentage for that same topic area, for that same division. That's not a law of nature, that's not a law of physics, but we work hard to ensure that the career awards in a particular division are not more competitive than the size core smalls in that division. And I think that's often a surprising bit of information for early career folks to hear, because you have often been kind of told that career is very competitive, very hard, and everything is a little bit competitive, but I don't want you to see career as being more competitive than size core smalls. I can keep answering questions for a while. I'm being told that these questions are for the program officers in the next hour, but let me see. Here's one that says, "Dear Director," so I think that one's fair game for me. It's great to hear that career is not meant to recognize proven scholarship, but rather to enable it. Could you elaborate on how this is operationalized by program directors and reviewers? Has the CISE leadership given any concrete directions to the program directors after the DCL? So I think what I can assure you is that the CISE program officers very much want to have this be the case. We know that we are about funding potential work, not ticking a box on work that's already been done. So I think at the program officer level, this is already very much the case. So then it's about the reviewers and the panels, and it's about making sure that the reviewers are open to forward-looking research, open to things that are not already, that don't seem already done. I think sometimes there are mentors that you are talking about when you're thinking about writing your proposal, and there are reviewers who will give very formulaic answers about you need some preliminary data in order to do this, in order to have a credible career proposal. And I won't deny that you need to be able to show that you are the person to undertake the work you're proposing. And often you show that by showing that you have some background, you have some preliminary data. But let's acknowledge the degree to which your prior work, your dissertation, your papers might provide that inkling, that preliminary data. So it's not like you have to start preliminary data as a faculty member in order to write a career proposal. We're always trying to encourage, I think, a certain level of risk tolerance out of the reviewers. And our program officers, many of whom you'll talk to next, I think are very skilled at eliciting that in the discussions that happen during the panel review. Okay, I'm going to take a question that is a long question, and I think that'll be my last one. Many faculty who would be in the second or third year cohort would have started at their universities during the height of COVID closures. How would you adjust any of your advice to this cohort of people? So that's I started at NSF in February 2020. So I've been leading CISE throughout COVID, and some of what I've had to see is heartbreaking, right? Folks who really have had to navigate a lot of their academic career via Zoom without the chance to go to conferences, without the chance to meet with colleagues in person. We're coming out of that now. I know that many of you have been offered at least a modest tenure extension. And please remember that your career eligibility has to do with being pre-tenure. So if you're getting a tenure extension, that means that your career eligibility is extended also. What I would encourage you is to find the ways to get that network built up. I know that the lost time during COVID really impacted your ability to build out a professional network of peers that you can swap drafts with, or that you can collaborate on a 2-person or N-person proposal with, and mentors who will read your proposals, give you good advice. So I think where you can reach out to people and encourage meetups at the in-person conferences that are now happening, or reach out and have it happen by Zoom, building out that network in the best way you can would be great. CRA and CCC offer a range of events. That's a good place to look for networking opportunities. When it comes to enrolling students, I know that's been challenging too. I think it's bouncing back now, and we'll see whether some aspects of this year's job market might make it actually a particularly fruitful year in terms of grad recruiting. With that, and because we're at time, I'm going to say a huge thank you and welcome, and hand it back to Wenjing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Margaret. This is very informational as well as inspiring. So I think the next session where the Assistant Director of SISE, Dr. Joy Dip Kondu, will not join us this morning. So we're going to the next session directly. So the next session is a Program Director Q&A session. So this session will be moderated by Phil Regalia. So Phil, take it away.
Thanks, Wenjing. Yeah, good morning to everybody. We have a few program directors here, and what we'd like to do is answer these various questions live so that everybody hears it, and that we'll hear different perspectives from the different programs. So why don't we quickly go around the Zoom and introduce who we have with us this morning. Like I say, I'm Phil Regalia. I am the cluster lead for the Communication and Information Foundations program. On the Zoom, I also see Hector.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hector Munoz-Avila. I'm the cluster lead for the Information Integration and Informatics program. Great to have you here.
And Jenny.
Hello, hi, my name is Jenny Lee, and I'm an OSC. I'm in charge of OSC career program and some other program as well. Thanks.
Dan.
Yes, I'm Dan Cosley. I'm a permanent person now for about 3 years, and I was a rotator before for about 3. I hang out in human-centered computing. I help with secure and trustworthy cyberspace, future work, AI institutes, and some other stuff.
And Darleen.
Hi, I'm Darleen Fisher. I'm in the NETS cluster in the wired side. And yeah, I've been here a long time, so I'm happy to be here to answer any questions you have. And thank you for joining us.
Okay, we got lots of questions in the chat, so I'm just going to pick one at random just to get things going. Then other program directors can grab their favorite questions as well. So one says, am I eligible to submit a career proposal if I am not in the CS department, but I hold a PhD in computer science? Absolutely, yes. It doesn't matter the name on the building. What matters is your research within scope for the SISE directorate. Let's see, here's another one. For a career, how much can I deviate my ideas from my core areas of expertise? And Margaret touched on this. Career, we're really looking for you to try to expand your horizons and go in new directions. The idea is not to sit in your comfort zone or just tie up some loose ends, but a chance really to open new doors, go in directions where nobody has ventured before, and begin a new pathway into your career. I don't know if other program directors want to chime in on this point.
Yeah, I do. So you do have to do your homework. If you're getting into a new area, which we encourage, you do have to know what's been done in the past and compare your work to what has already been done, and you need a new challenging question. So keep that in mind with this and any other proposal that you submit, that you have to be doing something which has not already been done. And we don't like to see just incremental work.
But also something that, panelists will believe that you can do, right? Through sort of some combination of having appropriate training, possibly having preliminary work or publications, through effectively talking about it in the proposal, right? And giving good rationales, justifications, etc. I also see a bunch of questions that are sort of about technical eligibility things like, hey, does career count against like the SISE core solicitation? And the answer is no, solicitations are separate in terms of how they consider eligibility.
Related to that, would holding other active NSF grants at the time of the career submission be considered a negative factor? Not necessarily, assuming, of course, that the career proposal is on a different topic. Like submitting proposals on overly similar topics doesn't work out very well. It's perceived as double dipping. Someone moved in their 6th year and was technically granted promotion and tenure by the prior institution, a currently pre-tenure assistant professor of a new institution. Are they still eligible? I believe the answer is yes, if you are an assistant professor at the time of submission. Others will chime in if I've got that wrong.
No, it looks correct based on the eligibility criteria, which I was posting to someone else. So there's a whole bunch of questions broadly about careers versus smalls or careers versus CRIIs, etc. The high level is one way to think about it, right? Is that as Margaret said, careers are it's actually often a little easier to get a career than a small in programs because of the funding rates, although we can't say exactly how many submissions or what the funding rates are because of NSF policy stuff. So to answer that question that somebody asked us, no, we can't tell you. In general with proposals, right, you will often have a bunch of ideas. Sometimes you'll want to put them all in one proposal, and that usually won't work because that's too much to say in a proposal. So you may decide that you need to have several parallel proposals, right? And that is usually fine, but you want them to be intellectually distinct in terms of kind of the contributions that that proposal is making and the activities that that proposal is undertaking, because NSF takes a really dim view of sort of parallel submission of essentially the same thing to different programs. And I'll let other people build on that. I see Hector's got a hand.
I was going to answer a different question, so let
Go right ahead.
Okay, so the question was, if the proposal is related to 2 programs, is it possible to submit and be reviewed by 2 programs? The short answer is yes, but the best way to do that, if you really think your research fits, is that you approach 2 programs before submission with the project summary. And the best thing that can happen is when both programs agree in advance, before you submit the proposal, they agree that they will co-review the proposal. It is possible, and the best strategy to achieve that is to, ahead of the proposal submission, you share your project summary with the 2 programs, and they will look at it, and if it's reasonable, agree to co-review this in advance.
And you can only submit 1 proposal, so you should do the one that is the best fit. There's also, if you do Google NSF career FAQs, you'll find the answers to many of these questions. You may not be aware of that website.
And maybe somebody can post it in the chat. Follow-on question to one of Darlene's remarks is, how do we know whether our proposed work would be considered incremental? And the best way is to follow on Margaret's advice. This is where you would want to have your proposal proofread by other colleagues who give you the feedback, whether this looks like a significant jump ahead, whether this looks like simply tying up some odds and ends. I don't know that self-evaluate is the best approach here. You should really get feedback from other mentors and other colleagues.
Yeah, I want to build a little bit on the sort of, hey, my work is between things answer, since that's super common in interdisciplinary places where you might say, hey, this might speak to one program or another program, or maybe to both. We don't actually co-review that often in practice. We do it sometimes. So it's useful for you to like spend some time grinding around in NSF's award search database at nsf.gov/award search, because you can look for things that sound like your work, and you can figure out which programs fund different flavors of that, right? This program might fund stuff that's more technical dimension. This might fund stuff that's more people dimension. This might fund stuff that's more, applied or focused around a certain domain of social import, right? We have lots of solicitations: future of work, secure and trustworthy cyberspace, smart and connected health, that have these kind of topical focuses. And so spending some time in the database can help you think about, where you might submit. And then you need to sort of really think clearly, because this is a #1 place proposals screw it up, is making really clear what the contributions you're going to make are. Not just your activities, but your contributions to the scientific literature in whatever field or fields that you're going after. And that will often help you think about which program will then be sort of the best target for a particular proposal.
And a quick follow-up, when we talk about topics that might fit more than one cluster or division, it may be that we already have a cross-disciplinary program, such as secure and trustworthy cyberspace spans many divisions, cyber physical systems spans many divisions and directorates, and so forth. And these are also programs that accept career awards because they're by design cross-disciplinary. So make sure you look at the broad array of programs that are eligible to accept career proposals. And we are now joined by Almadena Chtchelkanova, who we did not get to introduce earlier. So just a couple words of who you are and what cluster you're involved with.
Yes, hi, I apologize. I had trouble with internet connection, but I'm glad to be here. My name is Almadena Chtchelkanova, and I am in Computing Communication Foundations Division, and my area of expertise is high performance computing. And I also currently take care of quantum aspects in future emerging technologies cluster of programs. So tomorrow I will have, a program before noon and in the afternoon for quantum information science related proposal inquiries.
Hector, you had a remark.
Yes, continuing with the discussion about the where to submit. So one of the questions related to that question is when submitting a career proposal, should we choose a division such as IAS, CNS, or CCF? Yes, actually, you should do more than that. You should select a program within within those divisions. So you have to do your homework, as Phil and Dal was pointing out, of which would be the best program that you think will fit your research. And to be double sure, I will prepare a project summary and submit it to that program, email to that program. So they will check and they will corroborate that indeed your research fits that program. Do that well before submitting the proposal, not just career, but in general. If you're unsure of which program fits your project, approach, do your homework and then approach the program that you think it is the one, and validate that indeed you selected correctly. This is very important. You don't want to be in a situation where program officer is looking at the project and say, that's not a fit to my program, and the proposal has been submitted.
And we had another question about this more generally, not just career, but you're expected to clearly identify the problems. How far do you have to go into solutions? That's the hardest part of writing a proposal. If you have the solution ready made, then it looks like it's already done. That doesn't work. What we like to see instead is, for the problem, identify what are the technical obstacles that you or anybody else would have to confront, and what insights or intuition or toolkit or methodology or theorems, depending on your problem space, can you bring to bear on that problem? Can you illustrate these briefly in the context of a simplified version or a toy version of the problem? By doing so, you'll find yourself naturally sketching out solution strategies. So it's just enough to convince the reviewers you know what you're talking about, not enough to make them think that you've already got the problem solved.
So it looks like there are a bunch of questions about what people are looking for in successful proposals. Oh, Hector, your hand is up. Did you want to say something?
No, I know. Finish your question. I have another one.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dan, please.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so what people are looking for, what panelists are looking for, do I have to have had an award before I get a career award, right? What panelists are, how is a career, careers are actually small, how do they relate to a big career? You'll get some insights from these from the career awardees later. But at a high level, right? No, you don't need to have written successful awards before. A career is not intended as kind of a sort of cherry on top of a career of a successful assistant professorship, as Margaret said, right? Panelists will want to know that you can do the work that you propose. They'll want some evidence of that. As discussed before, there are lots of ways you can provide evidence that you're qualified to do the work and rationale for why the work is likely to be interesting and successful. Can this work be related to a CRII award, as several people have asked? Sure, your work naturally accumulates, right? The career is one proposal in a big set of things that you want to do, right? And should actually be talked about that way. Careers really aren't that many resources. It helps to have a sort of ambitious plan for what you can get for a CISE career award, which is actually specified in the CISE in the career solicitation, which is basically about a year of one grad student per year, a month of summer salary, and then a little bit of travel and equipment that's related to the work, right? But it's legitimate to say in a career proposal, hey, this proposal is a smaller piece of this much bigger problem that is my little c career, right? In fact, you almost have to do that in order to scope it appropriately. But it is fine to have a package of related ideas as long as they are related and not basically the same idea. And your job is to sort of communicate that to panelists when going back to the incremental stuff, when your ideas are close to some of your other proposals or your prior papers, you need to sort of use your related work and your prior results of prior support to help panelists understand, here's where we are. Here are these still very important and open questions that this proposal is going to help solve.
Yeah, very good point. We're getting a few questions about the importance of the education plan, right? This career proposal has to be integrated research and education. I guess it helps to review what we explained to the reviewers. What we're looking for is evidence, not so much that you see teaching as a distraction from your research, but rather that teaching and research or education are simply two sides of the same coin. Now, we heard remarks earlier about you guys were penalized because of pandemic, but in the education plan, everybody learned to teach remotely. And so you're actually a little bit ahead of the people who came pre-pandemic. We didn't have any clue of how you would do outreach remotely to people who aren't necessarily sitting in the classroom with you. And so your education plan, you now have the technology to reach people who are not necessarily students who enrolled in your classroom or who show up physically at your place of work. You now know how to reach a much broader audience, and much of your outreach and your research could affect segments of the population who go beyond just your school or your university. Might involve, K-12 students or elderly people, or depending on what your topic area is and what segments of society you're looking to reach. So in that sense, you kind of have a slight advantage compared to the cohort that came pre-pandemic. I don't know if other folks have comments to add on the education plan and how to structure it.
I suggest that you look at other award-winning career proposals from your institution. Often the department will keep copies, or you can ask friends to sort of get a sense of what others have done. That's probably one of the best ways to see what's acceptable in an education. I'm sorry, Duan?
Yes, in my division, yes, we really look for the education plan to mingle into your research. It's not like afterthought. It would be nice to have it together, right?
And what generally doesn't work is when you say, well, I introduced this one new course, because the reviewers say, well, of course you did, because that's your job. Yeah, you
yes,
don't
correct.
grant to introduce a new course. What we would like to see is, does your research feed into the teaching in a way that can enthuse students to get involved in the area, can enthuse outside actors to get involved in the topic area, depending on what the broader impacts or social consequences of your research topic may be.
I see several questions here about the maximum of the SISE research budget. And I think that you should come to the breakouts and ask sort of what's the rule of thumb that different programs use. For example, in NETS, we typically do one student and one summer month. And because overhead and student costs are so variable as our salaries, you know, you may get 500K or you may get almost 700K, but that is a way we kind of normalize in my program. But I think you need to ask, you know, other programs what they do, because there's no official maximum.
Yeah, it's best to reason in terms of effort level. As Darleen said, it's very common to have at least one full-time student per year, 1 month summer salary for yourself, budget in probably 2 conferences per year. And that will add up to whatever it adds up, and it will vary markedly from one institution to the next. On a related topic, somebody said, can I also include a postdoc in a career proposal? There is no rule against it, but keep in mind, or maybe talk with your faculty mentor, what would look better in your tenure review case, that you're supporting graduate students and granting PhDs from them, or that you have a postdoc because you're already such a big shot, you're just offloading your research into a postdoc rather than directly advising the students yourself. You should speak with your faculty advisor on that. Usually mentoring graduate students carries a little more weight at tenure review, but again, that will vary according to what institution you're at.
It's also the case, Phil, that some people may be from schools that only have master's degrees and they don't have PhD students, in which case, in some cases, a postdoc is appropriate in order to get the work done.
That's right. That would make more sense in that case.
There's a question about when to submit. I think Margaret mentioned the submit earlier, but somebody asking like, is earlier better or not? Anyone?
Yeah, I think it depends on how well developed your idea is. I mean, some people come from industry, for example, get a tenure track position, and they really understand what the questions are in their field, and they can immediately write a career proposal that is really outstanding. But you have to understand you're also in competition with people who have submitted perhaps previously on are more advanced in their career. So we fund the best proposals, taking all of this into account. But you know, you should have a 5-year question, and it should be well formulated and be innovative. And so it isn't which year you should submit your proposal. It's when do you have an exciting topic that you understand and can write a really compelling proposal about.
Dan has.
Yeah. So there's a series of questions about, you know, existing awards and do they count against you, right? In terms of, hey, does this person have too much funding? Would an NIH award be viewed negatively or positively? In general, you shouldn't think very much about that, except that you want the proposal ideas to be distinct, right? We really do not want to fund the same stuff in different proposals. As far as, hey, can you have too many awards and we start thinking maybe we shouldn't give somebody an award? Eventually, the answer is actually yes, right? NSF has a policy that you shouldn't draw much more than 2 months from NSF of salary from NSF awards across your package of awards, unless you're like, you know, in special circumstances that require that. But that is like a third order kind of thing that program officers think about when they're trying to decide stuff relative to quality of the science, quality of the broader impacts, and impacts on people's careers.
I don't think anybody would not give someone an award-winning career proposal an award because they have too much funding. I mean, I think this is the one exception where I can't imagine a program director doing that.
And we have a few questions talking about collaborations. So generally, if you are using collaborators, definitely include a letter of collaboration. There is a standard form It was specified in the career solicitation. I think it's now in the proposals on award policies and procedures guide. But basically, you have to explain in the project description and or facilities, equipment, and resources section what that collaborator will contribute to the project. And a related question on, yeah, because career is supposed to be a single investigator award, and you are trying to demonstrate your research independence. Now, it could be you're working in an area where you will need, for example, data from a specific laboratory. Great, include a letter of collaboration for that. You might require very specific processing of who knows what by some specialized laboratory not everybody has. All of that is fine, just as long as it's clear that you're the person doing the work.
Yeah, career is not good for a 50-50 kind of collab. You can actually even budget for senior personnel a little bit now, right? That's in the career solicitation. But as Phil says, you know, you should be the seen as the driver of this.
So there is a question about I'm teaching in a I'm in a teaching focused program, non-R1 institution. Will that affect my chance of getting a career award? So I can tell you that we frequently award careers to those kinds of institutions. So it's a matter of you writing the proposal in a way that there is a research involved, but you're also doing the integration with education. So it's not required to be a PhD granting institution. You just have to basically turn things around and use that potential of using undergraduates as part of your research and exploit that, and it would be evaluated. But we do fund proposals from those institutions.
There was a question here about somebody submitted one student, one summer month, and was told it was 20% higher than quote unquote normal. Again, you need to go ask the program, because we may operate slightly different. Again, ask the program director, or please come to the breakout session this afternoon and ask about that specific cluster.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so it used to be that we had sort of an informal cap in different programs. It was 500, went to 550, went to 600. And so some still think about it that way. But the career solicitation SISE dropped some language in there about this 1 month and one student, because they recognize that different universities have different student salaries and different overheads. And so that's trying to sort of normalize the size of proposals, but that means that the dollar size is actually sometimes quite different between proposals. And so that's, you know, we're just sort of evolving in how we figure out how to manage that.
I have a question about follow-on from one's PhD work, and would a letter of support from the advisor help? First of all, we do not accept letters of support. We accept only letters of collaboration. And in this case, a letter of collaboration with your advisor would not help, because it looks like you're still carrying on that person's coattails and you have not set out your own research independence. The other thing with following on with your PhD work is don't fall into the trap of it being just tying up the various loose odds and ends. As Dan remarked earlier, it can be an excellent springboard to jumping into new topic areas that build on top of that. And then we had a related question about what makes for a stellar career proposal that could eventually be selected for a PCASE award. Well, every year it is true that although the career program is limited to assistant professors, the best career proposals we get often rank among the best proposals we get, irrespective of category, because they're coming from people in your privileged age bracket who are at or approaching the height of their creativity, at or approaching the height of their ability to work new material and seamlessly, and at or approaching the height of their energy level, right? The ability for that work 12 hours a day, get some sleep, and come back and do it again tomorrow. And when those three factors come together, you get some really fantastic, creative, forward-looking, and very well documented research plans. And those are the ones that every year we get a few of these, and the reviewers read it. This is fantastic, lovely, high priority for funding, and those are ones that we nominate for the PCASE awards. Anyway.
But they also have to have community service and education, outreach, et cetera. So we recommend that you have a career website and you update what you've done, because if we can't make a case on that, if you look at PCASE and what it's looking for, if we can't make a case on that, then we can't nominate. It's also U.S. citizens, U.S. nationals, and permanent residents. So and we can't ask. So we may not know what your status is. But I really highly recommend this website that tells you what you're doing.
Yeah, which documents especially your broader impact and outreach. So Jenny, you have your hand raised.
Actually, there's one question really interesting to me. This question asks, do we distinguish the difference between the proposal generated by ChatGPT and the one that written by itself? I thought I liked that question. What do you think?
Well, occasionally we get a proposal that I'm not convinced was written by a human.
They're all buzzword plentiful.
Buzzword compliance, they're very assertive for things that are demonstrably false. All the pitfalls that we now know from chatbots.
An incredible danger there is where the proposal plagiarized from something else, right? So it's automatically generated. Wonderful. I don't know how wonderful it is, but the danger is there that maybe parts of that is copied verbatim from other sources, and then that person will get in trouble.
Almadena, you have your hand raised.
Yes, so I just want to mention that reviewers are actually checking everything that you put in the proposal, including references. And ChatGPT, we heard, creates references out of thin air. So if you use ChatGPT, make sure that you check your own references.
Don't use Chat.
Yeah, I didn't say that you should use it, but what I'm saying is be careful because a reviewer's checking everything. And weird references would not go well with evaluation of the proposal. It actually will kill the credibility right there.
There's another question that's related, well, it's not related at all to this, but there is questions being asked about what happens if my work gets published after I submit and it's during the review process. So NSF does not fund work that's already completed. So if you do the work and you publish it after you submit it, a panelist may very well see that, and then the amount of new work that could get funded would be greatly reduced, and this would be seen in a negative light.
Another cross-disciplinary one about computer science is becoming more interdisciplinary. And what if mine fits 2 topic areas? So we'll go ahead. We answered this earlier, but not a bad idea to answer it again. First of all, choose carefully which area you want to submit to. Number 2, realize that if indeed it is cross-disciplinary, it is not unreasonable that the reviewers that we hire on the career proposal be aware of this and therefore have some competence in the other field. And number 3, be very careful what is the audience you're writing to. If you understand the 2 domains and they have different sensibilities and you resonate better with one than the other, then go with the one you resonate better and write for that audience, while still paying homage to the other field in a way that shows that you speak more than one language, so to speak.
There's also a question about getting an MRI, which is a major research infrastructure award, hinder or get in the way of a career proposal. And there's another one about a robotics question that says I need special whether it's equipment or a special robot or whatever to do your work. Applying for infrastructure independent, or excuse me, separate from your career can be helpful to you, because then you can say, I have resources that I can use in my research. And if this MRI proposal is independent of the research you're doing, it's just not relevant. So yeah, asking for the amount of equipment that you would need for a proposal in a career proposal might be difficult if it's a large amount. So go. There are lots and lots of infrastructure programs available to CISE people. See, so MRI, CCRI, for example.
Yes, and always see many of them. You can apply also like AI if you need infrastructure support. You can apply for supplemental of infrastructure support. Yes.
A couple of easier questions. What if the work is published on archive instead of a normal journal? First of all, reviewers are under no obligation to go look up your publications. The 15-page project description is expected to be self-contained, and it cannot contain any hyperlinks to try to extend its length someplace else. That said, if they're intrigued by your work, they might very well go look up some of your papers, not at all unusual. And if it's on archive, that's fine. That simply means it's a more recent work. It hasn't yet been approved for journal publication. And then does career favor more high risk, high impact kind of research or more solid stuff that is feasible but not as ambitious? It tends to favor the former. We like the high risk, high reward stuff. And Dan, you have some remarks?
Not on that. I'll wait till that one is done and then I'll grab a couple of questions.
So I want to say, I'm not sure what the question really meant, Phil, the first one you asked, but if it shows up on archives and it's work again that's already completed, that's not a good thing to submit a proposal where you know the work will be published before review. We actually had a panelist who found a work that was in progress, had not been submitted anywhere, but Google found it, and it showed that 3/4 of the work had already been done because they're already writing up results, and so you don't want that to happen. The other question, which might be there, is peer-reviewed research seen as more appropriate or more positive than something that might not be peer-reviewed and is published in, like inside your university or whatever. So yes, peer-reviewed work, I think, has higher status.
That's how I read that question, and I was going to make that same point that you're claiming initial results. It's a competition, or other proposal. There is one proposal that has this preliminary work being published in some of these conferences that are well known, and the other has a preliminary work published in archive where it has not been reviewed. Then that will play a role when reviewers are trying to assess these proposals.
But when they look up your publications, it's one thing to say that this publication has preliminary work which you're building on versus this publication has the solution to the problem that you're proposing. Having your publications establish the legitimacy of your preliminary work or prior work is fine. But as Darleen points out, if instead it contains the solution to what you're working on, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, so I wanted to say a little bit about a couple of things that people talked about things that make career awards unique, both in terms of 5 years versus like a small 3-year, and in terms of integration of the education stuff. So one thing, in some weird way, a career is not that much different than a small in terms of the average amount of money you get for a career based on what size is put into it. But the career does have this sense that it's having this larger career arc in a way that the smalls do not. And so it's useful to at least briefly say, this proposal will enable me to do these things, right? One other way careers are different is that they are longer, right? Which is both a plus and a minus, because you have to talk about more work, and it's hard to talk in detail about all the work in a proposal. But it does, if you have longitudinal things you want to do, a career is sort of an exceptionally sort of unique place at NSF to do that kind of work. Right. And, so those are a couple of the main ways that careers are different beyond the sort of education and impact thing, which I actually think all proposals would do better if they thought a little more about broader impact and educational activities. But there were questions about how do you sort of actually tie education and research together, right? And there are sort of super standard ways that people do this. Oh, I'm going to teach a special topics course on this thing, right? Which is not actually very interesting because you're going to do that anyways, and panelists won't give you a ton of credit for it, right? Thinking carefully about how the research directly informs the way you do your teaching, and not just your classroom teaching, but outreach to industry, to K-12 types of contexts, other places like that. That can be helpful. Further, the stuff in the educational and outreach parts can inform your work, right? You can learn things by doing that can help you think about the work. If you're developing a tools framework for something, it might be really clever to sort of have a workshop where people use that framework to both advertise the tools and increase their impact, and teach you something about how the tools are used that might then help you sort of iterate on that work, right? And in fact, although most people would, almost all proposals put their broader impacts and educational stuff in a little box at the end, right? It can be devastatingly effective to show interaction between your education and research activities, if appropriate, by having them interleaved in the proposal, right? I've seen the occasional proposal like that, and panelists are often like, oh, wow, I see how these things actually fit together in a way that I can't when the education's all in a little locked box.
Hector, you have your hand up.
I was actually going to comment on exactly the same point that Dan just made, because there was a question about the novelty of the research component versus the novelty of the education. And what I wanted to point out is that one of the review criteria when we are looking at, and we ask the panel to assess, is the strength of the integration between research and education. We ask the panel verbatim that is reviewing the career proposal, what is the strength of the integration between the research and education? So the point here is you can have obviously you want to have a novel research component, and you wanted that to be tightly integrated with your educational component. The education component doesn't have to be novel, but you want to be tightly integrated with the research component, which is to Dan's point.
Yeah. And I want to throw one more thing in here, because there's a question that says, what kind of teaching efforts involvement outside the usual responsibilities would you advise doing prior to submitting a proposal? And I'm going to generalize this to what kind of stuff should you say you want to do for broader impacts and proposals, right? Because sometimes there's a lot of different things that proposals do to claim that they're making a broader impact, right? Outreach, data sets, workshops, educational materials, broadening participation, course development, K-12 work, etc. Don't feel like you have to do all of those things, especially not in a single proposal. You can't possibly talk about it in a meaningful way, and a checklist is bullshit. What you want to do, right, for this and anything else is to pick something that you actually think is going to make an impact, that you want to do and that you think is important for you, for the world, and for the work. And then do that before and propose it during and follow up on it after.
Excellent. Yeah. I doubled down on that remark. You had a technical question, since I said hyperlinks are not allowed. In the project description, you cannot include hyperlinks. Research.gov will reject your project description. In the reference and cited section, you certainly can, because many of these references will have a digital object identifier. And then there was a question about the reviewers. Can we assume that these are all experts in my field, or do I have to write to a general audience? It is much safer to write to a broader audience than to write to the 5 people on the planet who are working in your area, because it's unlikely those 5 people will accept our invitation to serve on the panel. However, keep in mind that these are domain scientists in your general area, but not necessarily your narrow sliver of that area, right? So write to a broader audience. We do run thematic panels for career proposals. I'm very selective about who gets to sit on a career panel. We generally prefer people who have a broader, wideband scientific expertise over narrowband specialists. People who appreciate what it is to give an assistant professor the green light, license to go explore. We're very open-minded to new ideas and people going off the well-trodden path. So that's what you're writing to. So what are the other questions?
So
Go ahead, Hector.
Thank you. There was a question about subcontracting with some university in a different country? The answer to that is that's very difficult. You have to justify very well, and we have to get approval internal from NSF, and it has to be I only know one case, and very quickly that case was they were going to do an experiment with bats, and there was this species of bats that were in this country in Africa, and they were the only place where those bats were, and there was a reason why they wanted to do it. And thus we got approval for that. But this is a really very special, unique situation. Subcontracting and hiring PhD students from another country, that generally doesn't work. I will avoid including something like that in the project.
There's a question about how is the performance of the PI evaluated post-career award. Darleen touched upon this earlier when we were talking about PKs, but number one, for any NSF grant, you have to submit an annual project report that will be read by the program director. It'll be either accepted or returned because we're not happy with it. Number two, you are strongly encouraged, if you're awarded, to set up a web page that details and documents what you're doing in your project, especially for the broader impacts and education plan. Because once we go to considering PK's nominees, that's one of the first things that the committee will look at. Is this person really doing what they promised, especially concerning broader impacts and outreach?
So there is this question about what kind of preliminary work is needed for the proposal. And this person listed two possibilities. One is having previous published papers. The other one is including in the proposal. That's what this question is asking, including in the proposal an analysis of the previous results. So between the two choices, it's better to have the papers because no, that will give some credibility. You have only 15 pages in the proposal, and then trying to introduce the new results, explain why they are meaningful, and then build on that. That seems to be very difficult to do on top of everything you have to include in the project.
So we got some more educational part questions about sort of the relative importance of things and some properties of it. So I'll try to say a little more about that. In practice, I would say that panelists typically, in SISE at least, typically weight the intellectual merit a lot more than the broader impacts across almost all of the solicitations I've been involved with. I will say that in career, I think panelists are more likely to have a very explicit discussion about the value of the broader impacts and how it sets up the sort of holistic career, right? So in that sense, I'd say career, it's more important of a component than the average size proposal that I've seen. I think that someone is asking, can you talk about work that you are already ongoing as part of your broader impacts, including education and other stuff? Yes, but sometimes panelists will say, well, you're giving us a very nice historical perspective on what you have done, but you are not telling us what you are actually going to do or why it's important or relevant to this career award. This actually also applies to intellectual merit. Some proposals spend way too much time on puffing up the PI and talking about the prior work and not enough about giving details of the plan. You have a 0% chance of getting a proposal if you do that. Phil will probably talk about that in the 3 to 4 session. But so it's good to give a little context on your educational activities and qualifications, but it'd be nice to be clear to panelists that, hey, this is why it's really important to drop this in here, and this is how the career proposal is going to let me extend that, and this is how that is going to help enhance the work on my career proposal, right? So there's a second question, which are how are education plans specifically targeted at minoritized groups considered? Same way as any other broader impacts part of it, right? Is there a rationale? Is there a reasonable plan? Is it actually going to have impact? Do you have the collaborators that you need in order to do this? So for instance, if you plan to work with a minoritized group, or suppose you plan to work with, say, you do accessibility work and you want to work with folks who are low vision, right? You actually need to have some evidence that you have access to and connections with those groups, often documented through the kinds of letters of collaboration, which we've talked about earlier, which, as one of the questions asked, there's a very short thing that you normally put in the letter itself, and then you talk about the collaboration in the proposal, some in the proposal description, the main 15-page body, so that panelists are aware that it's there, and then you can put more details about it as the PAPS-G suggests in the facilities and other resources part of the document where you can expand it. Okay, I'll shut up on that.
Here we have a couple questions touching upon scope. One says, how ambitious should it be, or is that considered too pie in the sky? And or how do we know if it's a better fit for career or for a shorter duration award? First of all, having something that's ambitious for a 5-year award generally is very positive, provided it also comes across as having some degree of plausibility. It's very easy to think out loud, but if you have some new insights as to how to reach this shiny ball at the top of the hill that you're putting forth in this ambitious plan, then that will appear very attractive. If instead it looks like, well, you're dreaming, but you don't have 2 feet on the ground, they're going to say, this is nice. We need a little more to convince us that you might make some progress in this vision that you have. As for whether it's better for a 5-year versus, say, a 3-year type award, I instruct, the other program directors can chime in on their perspective, but in career panels, I instruct the reviewers that we're not asking, have they mapped out 5 years of work? We're asking, is this a topic that could sustain a 5-year effort? In other words, 3 years into this, they'll probably discover things that were not apparent at the time they wrote the proposal, but are actually better than what's in the proposals, because this is how the process of discovery works. So we're asking, if they make initial progress in this problem, will that open new doors that will lead to further things that will perpetuate themselves? Versus, is this something that after about 3 years work, problem solved, okay, now we move on to something else? Okay, if it's 3 years problem solved and move on to something else, that's better for a small. If it's something that if you make some initial progress, new doors will open, there will be more where that came from, that's better suited for a career. I'll let other people give their take on that question. Okay, if not, then we get to move on to the next questions. Let's see. Closely related, aside from eligibility, how do you tell whether projects are better for a career or CRII? Well, the CRII is intended to give startup capabilities in which you can build up some research bandwidth, so to speak, and use that as the preliminary work for some subsequent proposal, maybe a career, maybe a small, maybe a medium, maybe some other program. The choice is yours. Right? Whereas a career, as we just described, is more of a 5-year integrated research and education, in which you're putting forth a more ambitious vision.
Yeah, so actually there were several questions kind of in that space about, risk reward and new versus old work. And so, in general, right? So NSF talks a big game about transformative research, right? In fact, you can't even spell transformative without NSF. But in practice, a lot of awards are not, right, that transformative. There's solid, meaningful research. And so what you usually wind up with in a panel and in a program portfolio, and in fact, NSF trains us to think about this way, and we talk to panelists to think about this way, is that we want a balance of more and less risky work. So I think it's totally legitimate to have some stuff that is risky and ambitious. It's maybe not a crazy thing to do if you do that, to talk about some risk mitigation plans in your proposal. Panelists often like that because that's evidence that you've thought through what could go wrong. It may not be crazy to have some balance of less and more risky stuff in your proposal itself, right? And to be clear about those things. But I'd say that a little bit ambitious and a little bit forward is better than a little unambitious and a little bit close to your vest on average for career awards, based on the ways that panelists have talked about it. And they can span, it's not easy to write a career proposal has 2 distinct things or 3 very distinct things. And in fact, there was another question about that way back in the question log, right? Panelists do want to understand normally how the pieces fit together, because, right, you're not proposing 3 small projects. You're proposing a set of integrated work that's setting up an even bigger program of integrated work. And so you want to make clear how they fit together in those ways, but they could be somewhat different in terms of risk or specific topics. in telling that story of, hey, here's this big package of stuff that really matters. That's going to set up, that's going to do important research. That's going to set me up for a long-term career.
So a question about supplemental funding for a career, and I confess I do not understand what the question is asking. Anybody else?
Okay, that's what I meant. It's that once they get an award, they can apply for additional supplemental for equipment for youth, RET, those ones. Yes.
Okay.
Right. But that's after the award. Right. Because somebody asking about equipment. Right.
Okay, and then one, can you an example of how to distinguish and ensure there are no overlaps, or is no overlap in parallel submissions? Two ways. Number one, don't choose so obviously similar titles. Like it or not, when the reviewers look at your current and pending support and they see another submission with a similar title, they will judge a book by its cover and assume that it has non-negligible overlap, lacking any evidence to the contrary, even though they might be quite distinct. Okay. Second, your proposal can delineate what sets this work apart from related work that you're doing, how this builds on your earlier work, not merely cashes in on your earlier work, the point that Dan developed a much greater detail a little bit earlier. Yeah. So the ball is in your court in that one. Reviewers, when they see similar titles, will jump to the conclusion that has non-negligible overlap, even if it doesn't, because they don't have access to the other proposal. And that touches another question. I had a small, it was rejected. Can I resubmit that as a career? Absolutely. But the reviewers will not see the earlier submission. All submissions are treated as new ones. The program director may be aware that, okay, this is a resubmission of one that you had previously submitted, but we don't tell that to the reviewers. Nor do we tell them whether this is your first try, your second try, or your third try. Right? It's all just treated as a new submission. So don't treat it like a paper revision where you have to give your responses to reviewers, or you have to rephrase the paper as some sort of rebuttal because the last reviewers were a bunch of nincompoops who didn't grasp this point. Treat it as a new submission. No guarantee the previous reviewers will see the new one.
Let's see. So I'll throw in a couple of quick things. Is a short video describing the project appropriate to link to in the proposal? No, where we can't ask panelists to go off and do extra research to read your proposal. If you submit a proposal early in a cycle, can I expect to receive the outcome sooner? That for careers, that's immaterial since there's a deadline. That might be a no deadlines question for smalls. There were several other questions about that. So let's just say at a very high level, we try to review no deadlines things on a rolling basis as they come in. There are lots of constraints about forming meaningful panels among those things, depending on the rate at which they come in, and NSF's fiscal year rhythm, which ends on September 30th, which means for a given fiscal year, we're trying to get the money sort of allocated by end of July, means that proposals might have a longer or shorter dwell time. You have very little control over that, right? So you should just write good proposals and submit them when they're ready. Gerald asked, hey, how much should you talk about career setting up the future or career in a career proposal? You'll probably hear more from the other folks, the panelists in the next session, but in practice, not very much, right? Because most of your work has to be on the proposed work, right? One thing that you can meaningfully do by sort of talking about the bigger problem is use that to help scope and make justifications for choices of what you're making to focus on in the career proposal. Like panelists will sometimes say, well, you thought about fairness, but what about transparency, right? And, you know, if there's some big problem that a career proposal is going to help you solve a piece of, that big problem can be where you're going, and you can use that to sort of seamlessly say, this is the most important problem that I'm going to work on as part of that right now, because, right? So it both, you know, it's not the core, it's definitely not the core of your proposal. It can be used strategically to scope your proposed work and help people understand how this fits part of a bigger picture. What else? I don't know. Does anybody else want to jump in and talk for a little bit?
There has been a few questions related to what happened if I submit the proposal much earlier. Will I get a response earlier, or will I be able to edit? The answer to those questions is actually there is a submission window. There is a beginning and ending time where you can submit a career proposal. So you cannot really submit one in November. And it will be a review in July. No, there is a submission window. It's like 40 days or 30 days. So it's not really possible. And once you submit it, you cannot revise it. So please submit when you have it really
after the deadline.
because you will not be able to revise it.
So proposal before the deadline, you can revise it before the deadline through a proposal update. After the deadline, you cannot.
Yeah. So I've got one question here that I'd like to close us out with, since it's almost 12 o'clock. And it's related to a bunch of stuff about what happens if your career proposal gets declined, right? Can you resubmit it as a CRII? I mean, maybe, although you have a giant proposal that you're going to compress to $175,000 or $200,000 or whatever the current deadline is, think carefully about whether that's really feasible and doable. But more generally, there was a question, hey, how much do program officers and PIs interact about proposals in process and post decline? In process, very rarely, right? We will almost never sort of want to have a conversation about the proposal. Every once in a while, a panel will say, we think you guys should think hard about funding it, but here's this really important thing that we would like to make sure is addressed properly. And then every once in a while, a program officer will contact you and ask you questions about that one thing. But we don't have like sort of a formal, rebuttal process or interactive process where people get to speak to the reviews normally. And that would actually be interesting, but there's a lot of sort of moving parts around that. But if your proposal is declined, it is totally legit and very valuable to try to talk to the program officer who was managing that proposal. Not the day after you got the decline notice because you're angry. Not a week after you've gotten the decline notice because you haven't yet read the reviews, you're probably still angry. But a couple weeks after that, right, you can, or at least disappointed, you can, but program officers are happy to help people understand what reviewers might have been thinking. Sometimes we have notes about the discussion that aren't sort of extremely visible in the panel summary or the reviews. And we are happy to have positive conversations about helping you understand reviews, think about what that means about fit or possible changes for the proposals, and in general sort of stay connected to you. Now, there was one other mail which was, hey, I've mailed a PD and they haven't answered back. You should try again after a week or so, right? Because program officers are not quite as busy as other academics, but we're pretty busy too, right? So it's legit to follow up after a week. Again, not after 4 hours or even 24 hours, but a week. And because NSF has rotating program officers, every once in a while, you'll send mail to someone who's no longer here. NSF should tell you that, but if you don't hear back after a couple of tries, it's legit to reach out to one of that person's colleagues and say, hey, is this person, still here and okay, because I haven't been getting a response, because we do want to connect to the community. All
right. We didn't get to answer all the questions, but we have many more sections coming up, and also we have one-on-one sessions, so we can continue with those questions.
Yep, so that brings us to the top of the hour. So thank you, everybody, for all the interesting questions. And as Jenny says, we'll definitely be following up on those in the one-on-one sessions tomorrow. I think it is on the East Coast, at least a lunch break. And then you...
No,
we go straight to the awardee talks. My bad. After that. Okay, so it's our time to say thank you, everybody, and we will relinquish the stage.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Dan and Hector, Darleen, Jenny, and Almadena. Thank you all for answering all the questions and provide clarifications and all the insights from NSF perspective. So I believe this is very useful for our attendees. Next, we're going to switch the angle. So we're going to hear from the PI's perspective. So our next session is past awardees talk. So this session will be chaired by my colleague, Ali Butt. So Ali, please take it over.
Hey, thank you, Wenjing. And that was a pretty informative session. I believe I also learned some things. Okay, guys, so what we have next is our 4 awardees who have won the Career Award, and we will be hearing about their experiences. So first up is Matt Sinclair. He's an assistant professor at University of Wisconsin-Madison, and he's also a visiting research scholar at AMD Research. He's looking at designing future heterogeneous systems. And he shared that once he held the record for having the longest Wikipedia movie review. So maybe that's one skill you need to be successful. So Matt, take it away.
Thanks. Just to ask the first standard question, making sure everybody can see the slides that I'm sharing. Great. And yeah, if people do want to hear about how to write really long Wikipedia reviews and avoid studying for final exams, I'm happy to talk about that too. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey to getting the career award. And I think before I get into those details, there's a few caveats that discussion points that I want to make sure to emphasize. So, there's this thing called the advice paradox, and, it goes basically that advice, including my own, is usually well-intentioned, but may not always be directly applicable and may even be actually not relevant or not correct in every individual situation. So I want to mention this up front because you can, either take this advice and ignore me, or you could ignore this advice and, take my advice, hence the paradox. But really, as an assistant professor, I think it's really important to learn how to selectively filter advice. And that's especially true pre-tenure when, as I'm sure all of you know, we have many, many responsibilities and we're being pulled in a lot of different directions. Okay, so with that, paradox out of the way, let me talk a bit about who this is intended for. And before we get into that, I think, it's useful, since this is the first talk of the panel, to set the stage. So, everybody here, the fact that you're here means you were a highly successful PhD student. You probably won one or more fellowships or best paper awards or other, similar kinds of awards in your fields. Clearly, you've been hired as an assistant professor or, equivalent title at a top university. And if you're in a public university, you found out that your extended family can now look up your salary and maybe had a few awkward conversations. But more seriously, this transition is easier for some than others. And in particular, I think there's a quote that my academic grandfather, Mark Hill, told me that really has stuck with me, which is, the difference between being a grad student and being a professor is the difference between writing fiction and nonfiction. And what he meant by that is when you're a professor, you have to write grants. And writing grants is a new or different skill, and it's much harder. Because when we wrote papers, we kind of knew the answers, right? We knew exactly what the right answers were, what the design choices were, what the trade-offs were. But with writing grants, you're kind of, proposing this thing that doesn't really exist yet. So it's sort of a work of fiction that you are proposing become nonfiction someday. And personally, I find that very difficult, especially in my first couple of years. And so if you're one of those people who similarly struggles with that transition, this talk is really for you. So, when I attended this workshop, I found it really difficult to take actionable feedback from, the prior winners' talks, because all those prior winners felt like Greek or Roman gods and goddesses descended from on high with these amazing, super intelligent things with very slick production skills on PowerPoint and so on and so forth. And I remember sitting here and being like, okay, like clearly you're brilliant, but how am I going to to learn from this and incorporate it into what I'm doing? And so that's why in my talk today, I'm going to focus less on the details of my successful career proposal, because I personally, other than those of you in the audience, of which I know there's at least a couple who work in my sub area, the ideas in my proposal are probably not directly relevant to you. And I think it's much more useful for me to talk about the lessons I learned along the way and the process of trying to write a successful career proposal. But before I get into those details, I do think it's also important to acknowledge the role of randomness. So, as I'm sure many of you like me follow XKCD, and sometimes this specific XKCD comic has spoken to me when I was getting negative reviews and not being awarded the career award the first time, where it felt like a pretty random process, where maybe the random process was done with things outside of my control. And of course, in no way am I saying this is how the NSF actually goes about doing this, but just as a prospective awardee, as someone going through the process, it can feel this way. And so hopefully what I'm going to talk about in the next 15 minutes will give you some tools to reduce this randomness, or at least it'll tell you what not to do by learning from some of the mistakes that I made. All right, so to get into the details then, I was not awarded the Career Award until the third time. So, the first time I submitted was in summer of 2020. It was not positively reviewed in any way, shape, or form. Some of Reviewer C's comments in particular, I still wake up in a cold sweat at night occasionally, replaying those comments in my head. But I took that feedback, I tried to incorporate it into my second version, which I submitted in summer of 2021, and I got better feedback that time, but it still was not super highly ranked. As I know you heard about several times in the prior couple panels, low competitive basically means it's not going to be funded, and so that's where mine still was. And so that meant my third and final time, the pressure was really on for me. And so I spent a lot of time reflecting on, the feedback from those first two times and trying to improve, my proposal in basically every single way. And I say all of this not to, humble brag or anything like that, but to tell you, if you're like me, if you didn't get it the first time, and especially if, if reviewers hated, your proposal the first time, or maybe not hated, but strongly disliked, it's okay. You can recover. But what you need to do so is you need to honestly consider and address the feedback. Well, as you heard in the previous panel, the first step might be sort of, through the 5 stages of depression might be anger and, lashing out at the reviewers for not understanding your brilliance and so on and so forth. There's always some kernels or wisdom there of things that they didn't like that prevented them from, more highly ranking your proposal. And if you want to, turn this around and go from, very harsh no's to a yes, you need to figure out how to address that feedback and incorporate it in a positive way. Okay, so I know I said I'm not going to talk about my research much. I wanted to at least give one slide summarizing it because I think it informs everything that's going to come next. But very broadly, because I know most of you don't work in my sub area, I work in computer architecture, which means I'm looking at how to design future processors. And in particular, I'm looking at how to design future heterogeneous systems, which the most common example of which is your smartphone, which has CPUs, but also about 50 different kinds of accelerators, GPUs and DSPs and FPGAs and all sorts of other specialized processors, each of which are designed to run certain types of workloads more efficiently. But the problem that we're facing in that community and what I talked about in my career award is traditionally when we designed this and we taped it out on a piece of silicon, we did it on one single monolithic piece of silicon. But we're reaching size limitations that are making that approach no longer feasible if we want to continue scaling performance and energy efficiency along Moore's law, which I'm sure many of you have heard about before. And so to try and address this, the community is turning towards what we call chiplet-based designs. And the idea of them is instead of having one big monolithic chip, you have many small chips or chiplets, which you are snapping together at the edges, sort of like they're Legos, using some advanced processing or packaging technology. But the challenge here, especially for heterogeneous systems that I work in, is when we add chiplets, because we're snapping them together like Legos at the corners, they're adding additional levels or layers of hierarchy, which heterogeneous systems were almost explicitly designed to avoid like the plague. And so my proposal in my work was looking at how do we redesign these systems, especially the control plane that manages how all those chiplets interact for these heterogeneous systems. So I tried to keep that at a bit of a high level. I realized, if you're in HCI or robotics or, other areas, probably that was as clear as mud. But I just think using that to set the stage was a good first step. But I promise I won't talk too much about architecture from this point forward. And the reason why is, on the previous slide, I mentioned you need to reflect and honestly consider the feedback you got, no matter how, happy or sad it might have made you. And in hindsight, I had made a lot of mistakes when I submitted especially the first time, but even the second time. And so I'm going to go through each of these 9 things and give some suggestions for you about actionable feedback in your proposals. Number 1 was that I didn't get enough early feedback. Number 2 was that I didn't do a very good job of properly motivating why my work was important. Number 3, which was a really big one for me that I got from talking to a senior professor in my department last year, was that I didn't structure it in the best way, and so on and so forth. I won't go through every one here because I'm sure you've all read it by now, and I'm going to go through them on the next few slides. But I did want to mention that of my time, when I went back and looked through, the effort that I put in to fix it, about 80 or 90% of my time and my fixes were really spent on these first 3. And that's not to say the other 6 weren't important, just that, I think these first 3 were really what I had to fix to go from, that no to a yes. And I'm going to present these 9 points on the next few slides as if each of them are distinct. But I do want to just reiterate up front that in reality, they're all related. And I also want to point out that I realize for each of you, you probably won't have exactly the same 9 issues in your proposal, but my hope is that by going over broadly the things that I did wrong, some of them will be similar to issues you might have had or will have if this is your first submission. And by learning from my mistakes, you can get better feedback, have a more likely yes, so on and so forth. Okay, so the most common question at these kind of workshops, and even from listening into part of the previous session, it sounds like came up many, many times, is how do I know if insert your research idea or ideas are good enough, whether that be good enough for a career proposal, whether that be good enough for a small, medium, large, etc. I think all of the concepts are the same. And to be honest, well, I'm sure in the panel we're going to have next, many of you are going to ask questions like that, and that's of course totally fine. Just to be honest, I don't really know. Like, unless you work in my specific sub area, I'm probably not going to have very good feedback for you about how valuable your work is, or where the bugaboos or the issues you're going to have to consider are. But the people who do know are people in your area who are assistant professors who just got the career award in the last couple of years. Your advisor, senior faculty in your department, or your PMs, as I know many of you are meeting with your PMs in the upcoming days. Those are super important, valuable meetings. But I do just want to, temper expectations. In general, I think from those meetings, you should expect to get higher level feedback about fit and feasibility. I don't think the NSF PMs are really able to give you feedback about here is exactly the place that, things are going to go wrong, as you heard about in the previous panel. So what I'm saying by all of this is you should seek out these people. And my first mistake, especially in the first time I submitted, but also in the second one, was that I was too protective about my research ideas. I was worried about people scooping me. I didn't want somebody to steal my ideas as they were going through and not yet funded. And that meant I kind of hoarded them and clutched them close to the chest in a way that I really shouldn't have done, and really hurt my proposal a lot. Because it turns out that most people, your departments really want to see you succeed, and they want to help you, get the career proposal, understanding how important it is. And maybe not everyone is happy to give you feedback, but there's enough people there that you should be able to get a good cross-section of feedback. And so what I did differently the third time I submitted is that I sent my proposal to as many people as I could. Anybody who in the hallway said, hey, if you ever, need a favor, or you want me to look over your proposal, let me know. I sent it to them. Even some people who didn't, say that, I sent it to them. And some didn't respond, which is okay. Remember, all professors are busy, but others, maybe they only read the summary and or the motivation, which was still useful, especially for folks who weren't in my sub area. And then still others actually read the whole thing. And in my case, there was really 4 people who were the most in that last category. One was my advisor, one was a senior retired faculty who worked in my sub area, and 2 were actually faculty who worked in completely different sub areas, but who were senior and very experienced at submitting NSF proposals. So I don't know who those people are going to be for you, but my suggestion here is you actively seek out as much feedback as possible. If you send it to someone and they say no, well, they would have said no anyways if you didn't ask at all. So, you know, send it to as many people as you think are reasonable and as you trust to get honest feedback from, and then really encourage them to be brutally honest. You know, better for them to tell you all of the problems and how to fix them than to find that out from the reviewers when you submit. And part of this is because they're more experienced, they're going to see problems that you just aren't knowledgeable or experienced enough yet to see. And that happened many, many times in my case. And I'll talk about a few of them in the upcoming slides. But to do that, you really need to manage your time. And I understand this is hard because all of us are busy. Everything that we do is urgent. We have a lot of deadlines to meet. You know, maybe you have, you know, children, so on and so forth. There's a lot going on. I completely understand. But in my case, because of all those other things, mistake number 2 was that I would start too late and I wouldn't give enough time to get that feedback. And so my second suggestion here is that you send a draft at least a couple weeks before the deadline to get that feedback. And it doesn't even need to be a full draft. It could just be the summary and the motivation, because in my opinion, those are really the most important parts anyways. And I'll talk more about that in a few slides. Second major issue was that I didn't properly motivate the work. And, you know, in particular, what I found is that, and I found this through the feedback from others, was that I was using incremental wording that was sort of negatively biasing reviews to see my work as incremental, even if it wasn't. And this really comes to that point I mentioned on the previous slide. You know, the first 2 pages, or 3 if you count the summary, your motivation of your work are the most important for convincing people, busy reviewers, that your work is important and, you know, solves or fixes some major problem. So the issue I had here was that because I wasn't selling the work properly, people weren't really getting my grand vision about why this, you know, work was going to solve the, you know, all problems in the world and make life so much better. And so this is where that feedback from others became very useful. And I iterated on it a lot, many, many times to improve this. And like I said, this is probably where I spent the most time as I was resubmitting and as I was fixing things. The twin of that, though, was I mentioned before, I wasn't really structuring the proposal right. And I think most of us, when we think about a proposal, we think about what I'm going to call a tree proposal. So you have some big insider idea, and that flows down and you say, okay, I have idea A under it, that flows directly into idea B, that flows directly into idea C, and so on and so forth. My mistake was that I didn't really have a proposal that fit this format, and I kept trying to jam it in and make that format fit. But instead, what I had was a key insight that would solve many different problems. And it wasn't until I had a conversation with an associate professor in my department who told me that there was other ways to structure proposals. And so I'm not going to go through all of them because I know I'm, you know, probably running a bit long on time. But what worked for me was what I call the hammer model. And they call this the hammer model because it's like I have a hammer and I'm going to apply it to many different nails or many different problems. And so the structure of such a proposal is that you're going to apply the hammer to problem A, then you're going to apply the hammer to problem B, problem C, and so on and so forth. And regardless of whether this model works well for you or not, my suggestion here is that you pick a format for structuring your work that suits what you're doing. So, you know, people can tell if you're trying to force it into a format that just doesn't work for the work you're doing. And by picking the right format that allows you to be what my mentor here in the department calls relentlessly on message. So you can tell exactly how each piece fits into that overall story you're applying. So in this case, you say, look, I have this hammer. Here is how it solves problem A. Here is how it solves problem B and C, and so on and so forth. All right, so next, you know, I mentioned before that I had a problem with word choice. And really, I think this was a big impact for a very small amount of effort, but was something, again, just being inexperienced that I didn't understand. And I think it's useful here to reconsider or consider the words that you just heard in the previous panel. The career program's focus is really long-term, major steps forward. They're going to really impact society or the community or whatever it might be. And in my opinion, the implication of this is that incremental work is unlikely to be funded by the career proposal because it's not intended for that kind of work. You should submit it to a small or a medium then. But to slightly contradict what the panel said before, where they mentioned it might be okay to include incremental work as, a piece of the puzzle, I tried to do that actually in the first time I submitted, and it became sort of a magnet for criticism by reviewers, where the only thing they cared about is how, that certain work that I intended to be a first step towards everything else was incremental, and just everybody kept harping on it over and over and over. So while it might be good to include preliminary work and discuss how it fits in, I do think you need to be careful about putting in work that can be seen as incremental. But in addition to this, word choice is really important. And what I mean by that is if you use words like build upon or smarter or extend or things like that, if you don't use them well and in the right context, they can sound incremental. And this was another mistake that I was making, is using words like this. Reviewers would look at it and say, well, if you're just extending, something that already exists, that's not really a major step forward, even though the research itself was a big step forward. Because of this word choice, I was biasing reviewers towards thinking the work was incremental. And so just by changing the word choice in these select cases, it greatly improved my proposal and made it sound, much more visionary, long-term, big picture, improvements than, than the more incremental sounding words I had before. All right, so to switch gears and have a bit of a non sequitur then, I think something that a lot of us face when we come out of, graduate school and we're thinking about whatever topic we want to get tenure with is, what all the various buzzwords are. And so right now that might be things like machine learning and quantum computing, robotics, security, et cetera. And, without going too far into the details to try and, finish reasonably within time here, one of the mistakes I had was that I tried to adapt the work I was doing to fit that hot topic. And, as I mentioned, the first time when I did this, it just didn't work. The reviewers could tell that I wasn't, really, working in that space. I was just trying to adopt those buzzwords to make it more likely my work would get funded. And so my suggestion is you only pursue those hot topics if it's something you're actually passionate about, if it fits the work you're trying to do. Again, they're going to be able to tell if it doesn't fit and you're just using those buzzwords to try and profit off them. And if you do use them, or even if you don't, make sure you explain your qualifications, why that subspace is something you're able to do. Yes, I mentioned previously not wanting to put incremental work in, but I do think it's really important to get preliminary data for your work. And this is somewhat contradictory because if you think about the spirit of writing proposals, in theory, what you should have to do is just sell the vision of your work. You haven't done the work yet, so you don't know exactly how good or bad it is. But if you're able to sell that vision, that should be enough. But at least in my experience, and the reality is you need to provide some evidence beyond the theory that your vision is good. And usually, at least in my community, that means you need to give numbers, like I expect the performance or the power or the energy, whatever, will be this much better with this technique. While this does differ in each sub area, and you're going to hear the next three speakers, talk about that, or you can ask others in your sub area for advice. My initial mistake was that I just didn't have that kind of preliminary data. And so, I suggest for at least the first couple pieces of research that you're proposing that you provide this preliminary data. And I want to be clear, though, this doesn't mean that the research is already done, but it means you can use things like Python or an analytical model or other things like this to gather some, back of the envelope, experiments or results, so to speak, that tell or show reviewers that this is going to be a good idea worth investing a significant amount of money and time into. Okay, last two things, and then I'll wrap up here. In my case, and I know in many of your cases, we're working on problems that industry wants to adopt. And in my case, there was companies who wanted to adopt my research into future products, which seemed like a really good thing. And so in my first two tries, I would mention, that I was working with them. I got letters of collaboration accordingly. And in theory, I felt like that tech transfer would make the work more likely to succeed. Reviewers did not feel the same way, though. In particular, they wanted more details about the industry collaboration to make sure it was actually like a real solid thing and not just me going and getting somebody to write a letter to make my proposal look better. And so my suggestion here is if you go this route and you're going to be working with industry, you need to have at least a couple paragraphs to talk about that connection and how it's going to work, and show that you've thought through how such tech transfer would work. And just to move on then, I think another important aspect is thinking about the broader applicability of your work. So like you've heard in the previous panels, they're focusing on long-term impact. Another issue I had in earlier proposals was that I focused narrowly on certain types of processors and how my work applied to them. And the reviewers, equivalent to those buzzwords a couple slides ago, were like, okay, but how does this work on other stuff? And so what I needed to do, and my suggestion to you, is that you sell the work as broadly as possible within reason. And in my case, that meant I extended each section to discuss different accelerators. And then finally, my evaluation plan is something I know that NSF has added in recent years. It's sort of like a paper methodology, but you also need to include this, at least in my opinion, somewhat nebulous metrics of success. And I had really struggled with that the first couple of times because I didn't really know what metrics of success were. It turns out it meant things like how fast does it run, how much power does it consume, et cetera. And what are targets for them. But my mistake is in that evaluation plan, I focused on how I'd run things and what I'd evaluate. I didn't really give these metrics of success. And that's what the reviewers' feedback to me was. And so whatever the metrics are in your specific sub area, make sure you provide clear metrics of success in your work. And that's everything I wanted to say, right? So, as I mentioned, I made a number of mistakes the first couple times I submitted, but by reflecting on, what it didn't go well and getting, brutally honest, repeated feedback from people I trusted, I was able to fix all of these issues one by one. And just the last slide I want to end on then is there's a number of good websites for getting useful resources. I've listed a couple here, but I'll also stick around and I'm happy to answer questions about this or any other stuff through the process in the next panel. Ali, I'll let you take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Matt. So one thing for the participants is that you can add your questions to the Q&A session, and we will get to those in the next session where we'll have all our speakers present to answer those questions. Okay, so in the interest of time, our next speaker is going to be, I'm going to be fast here. Our next speaker is Dave Levin. He's an assistant professor at University of Maryland, and he's focusing on security and the internet. What I learned from his website was that there's a podcast out there that talks about why Dave did not pursue his original love for tuba. So maybe he can answer that for us. But I guess his 6-month-old keeps him very busy. So Dave, take it away.
Great, thanks so much. Hey folks, I'm Dave Levin, assistant professor from the University of Maryland. Much like Matt, I got it on my third try. So let's talk about what that, what that journey looked like. So prior to becoming an assistant professor, I was a research scientist at University of Maryland for almost 5 years. And during that time, it was a soft money position, which is a sort of fancy way of saying I had to pay my entire salary. So I had to get pretty good at writing grants. And so by the time I became an assistant professor, I had a good amount of grant writing experience under my belt. I worked with other folks who had written grants. I really thought quite a bit about how to communicate things, how it was different than writing a paper. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So then in my first year as an assistant professor, I was like, well, okay, I have experience doing this. I'm a little bit more senior because at that point I was, a bit further out from having got my PhD. I'll go for it. Submitted for the career, was declined, low competitive. The next year I polished that same basic proposal because I figured, oh, I was just some clarification things. The idea is there. I'll clarify it, and resubmitted it, declined, low competitive again. And then it wasn't until that third try where I took a clean slate approach. And that's what ultimately got awarded the career. And so kind of I've used this, giving this talk as a chance to sort of think back about, you know, where I may have gone wrong those first couple times, the big mistakes that I made. And I think a lot of it came down to the fact that, yeah, I had extensive experience writing grant proposals, getting funded by NSF, but I had a bunch of misconceptions about what the career was. In my mind, I thought it was supposed to be this like extremely, almost unrealistically ambitious thing, right? Like, this is who I'm going to be and this brand new identity and and as a result, I ended up proposing stuff that was really far reaching, really, really outside of the work that I had done. And frankly, like looking back, I wasn't the right person to do that proposed work, at least at that time. I still think it's a lot of cool ideas. And we've done, you know, over the years since then, I've done some of that work. But honestly, I wasn't the right one. And looking back, I should have known, because I found it hard to write the related work section. That's a pretty bad sign. If you're not like intimately familiar with the prior work in the space, then something's not quite right. And so I felt pretty confident in the ideas, but I ultimately realized I wasn't the right person. And also, I didn't know the answer to this question, which you're probably asking yourself. You probably asked multiple times. It's been addressed somewhat today. Maybe you'll ask your own program directors, which is, how the heck am I supposed to know what I'm doing 5 years from now, right? Am I supposed to just really say, like, this is an experiment I'm going to be running in 2028, like 5 years? How am I supposed to know that? So between 2017 and 2018, like I said, I basically just polished. I didn't realize these mistakes yet. I just polished what I had submitted. It got rejected again. And so my issue there was, I thought I was making minor mistakes. I didn't really realize that there were more fundamental things here. So how did I address these big mistakes? Well, a lot of it honestly came from a couple things. One was the fact that I had this other sort of research going on in parallel to that. And it was just more exciting. I started realizing I had more ideas. I could like really crystal clear see years ahead of what the potential papers would be and what the likely papers would be. And honestly, the other big thing was I came to one of these, the career writing workshops. And I'm telling you, I'm going to give you these two big what takeaways that I had that really changed things. So how did I address these early mistakes? Well, that first one, it was way overly ambitious. I addressed by, you know, choosing a brand new problem that I knew that I could do. And that at that point, I also had years of ideas ahead of me to do. As for not being the right person, with this new idea, I had published some things on it. I deeply knew the prior work. I could have just like immediately spat out like 50 related papers and exactly how my stuff fits in with these things. I would have been extremely surprised if any of the folks reviewing my proposal would have known the prior work better than I would have. And as for how am I supposed to know what I'm doing 5 years from now or what it might look like, I changed my perspective because of the career writing workshop. I started thinking of it less as an actual, and you've heard this earlier today, so hopefully this, you know, sort of resonates and echoes it a little bit, that I started thinking of it less as what is a 5-year plan and exactly what I'm going to be doing 5 years, you know, year after year after year, and more as an agenda and something that, you know, what is it going to look like even beyond this 5 years? Okay. I'll tell you more specifically how to go about doing that. So in terms of overall tips, that's kind of been my journey, like where the main big mistakes I thought that I did wrong. So I want to talk about some various tips that I have on how you might consider going about your writing your career proposal. I'm going to echo a lot of what Matt said as well, along the lines of, this is my perspective, right? I'm not going to be able just from this to give very, very, very specific details as to, like, you know, evaluating how is a specific idea particularly good, so on and so forth. I might even say things that maybe folks at NSF might say, we wouldn't necessarily agree. This has been just my sort of mindset, my perspective on how I see it. So I hope that it's useful to you. And as I thought about the various tips I have, I realized that I kind of fell into two different classes. One was just general proposal tips, because the career grant, it's a grant. It's a grant. It's a grant, much like many other ones, but there are some differences. And so I'm also going to share some tips that are really specific to the career proposal. But I'm going to start with the general ones as well. I realized, like, you know, this is specifically a career writing workshop, so I'm going to go a little bit quicker through this. And there's a million other pieces of advice I'm sure you could get about general tips, but I'm going to go through some of mine, if that's all right. The first is to be able to put yourself in the shoes of those evaluating you. This is good advice for everything. If you're applying for other types of awards, when you're going up for tenure, when you're submitting a paper, right? You've had experience. I'm sure everybody here has to some degree or another served on a program committee. How much more did you learn about how to go about writing an effective paper once you could put yourself in the shoes of those evaluating those who are submitting papers? Same with this, right? Instead of serving on a program committee for papers, serve on a panel. I'm sure the program directors here would love to hear from you as to like being, offering your time and your resources to review proposals. One of the things, and there's many other things to this, but I want to point out one thing in particular that's come up a few times today, is clearly delineate the work that you're proposing from prior work, both your own prior work and other people's prior work. You will see, there's this old myth I used to hear. I don't know where this came from, but I used to hear from a bunch of folks, oh, an NSF grant is 50% work you've already done and 50% work that you're planning to do. And please do not perpetuate that any further. You've heard earlier today as well that as a panelist, I'll go and I'll see, wait a minute, this work has already been done. I don't know what you're even proposing to do because you're just talking about the stuff that you've already done, right? And I think that's one of the sort of insights that really got hammered home once I started serving as a panelist. So be able to put yourself in those shoes, make sure things are written clearly so it's really clear what is it you're going to do. You'd be pretty surprised how many proposals that I've seen where I read, I go, this sounds interesting, but I don't actually know what they're going to do. If you were to ask me like, what day to day, what are they even trying to do? Are they trying to build a system and run a measurement, do a user site? I actually don't know. That much has to be clear, okay? Another general tip, organization adds clarity, okay? Both to the reader and to yourself. So when I approach when I'm going to write a proposal, I spend a lot of time organizing. I think about the problem. I think about how to decompose that problem into different research thrusts. I think within each of those thrusts, how does that break down into different tasks? Usually each task is roughly, in my mind, about a paper, but it's not always necessarily that clean. And also, what are the ultimate artifacts or findings or pieces of software or data sets that might come out of those tasks? I try to break down the work into these different thrusts, usually 3 to 4, sometimes for larger grants, it may be a little bit different, in such a way that each thrust is necessary individually and that collectively they're all sufficient in order to solve this much bigger problem. For my own approach to writing grants, I'll usually actually spend about 80% of my time working on that one-page summary. I'll do bottom up, top down, iterate top down again, bottom up, back and forth, start the problem. If that's the problem, what are the thrusts? Are these the thrusts I want? Not necessarily. Well, let me switch this up and I go back and forth until I have a really, really good sense in my mind as to how the work decomposes, the order in which it might happen, how the thrusts inform one another. The more it's organized, the easier it is for me to write, the easier it is for the reviewers to understand what I'm trying to do. I really can't express enough how much really good organization collectively and down to like even smaller levels can really, really help. The next thing is this sort of mindset when you're writing a grant proposal. You're not writing a paper. When you're writing a paper, you're saying, this is the solution. This is exactly what I did. You should be able to go and recreate this. If you're, sort of a good grad student, you should be able to recreate this work. This is not what's happening here, right? So as Matt said, it's kind of like a work of fiction in a way. I've talked to some folks who have had really a hard time writing grant proposals. And one of the things that they've told me is, I don't want to lie. I don't feel comfortable lying. And that's why it's hard to write a grant. Like, lying? What are you talking about lying? You shouldn't be lying. Please don't lie in any of these grants. They're like, well, they're asking me to tell me exactly what I'm going to do and exactly what the results are going to be. That is not what anybody is expecting. That's not what anybody is looking for, okay? Your goal is not to say this is exactly what will be done and exactly what the results are. Think of your goal more as, I think this problem is really worth looking into, okay? Put yourself back in the shoes as if you're a PhD student and you're talking to your advisor and you're like, I have a really, really good idea for a paper, and they're kind of really discerning and you have to convince them it's worth doing. You're not saying, I already did it, here are the results. You're saying, I think this experiment is worth doing. Here's why. Here's what I think could happen. Well, what if this happens? Oh, well, here's could be a backup. Well, how are you going to evaluate this, right? Convince them it's worth looking into. And I'll talk about some ways to write about future things and future potential results in a way that I think you'll maybe feel more comfortable with. I often think about writing proposals as partly as risk, right? Of how much risk is there. One way I think of it is like, I'm asking for money to do this work, right? And the more money I'm asking for, the less risk there has to be, right? If I give you $100,000 and you blow it, you look like an idiot. If I give you $20 million and you blow it, I look like an idiot, right? So I kind of dial that risk knob depending. So be able to talk about, why do you think it's going to work out? What if it doesn't work out? What if a particular experiment doesn't quite go that way? Like, what else could you do? Now, I want to also mention ambition is great. Be ambitious. Think of big ideas, but at the same time, a project that doesn't result in anything, that's not great. Finally, and my general proposal tips is really, folks have talked a lot about evaluation plans. Don't let this be an afterthought. Don't let this just be something that's kind of stuck at the end. Use how you would evaluate something as a way to clarify what exactly it is you're trying to do, right? So if you were to say, you describe some sort of experiment and you say, the way I'm going to evaluate this is I'm going to look at power consumption, or I'm going to look at how much anonymity there is, or I'm going to look at how much user adoption there is. By giving the sort of specific evaluation criteria, that helps clarify, oh, now I see what you were trying to do. You were trying to build a very fast algorithm, or you were trying to build something that's more anonymous, or you're actually engaging with users and trying to get them to adopt something. By talking about the evaluation criteria and inlining it with, say, specific research tasks, that can be a really effective way at clarifying what it is that you're trying to do. And so one of the ways that I do that is with a particular kind of sentence that I really never use in a paper, but I use a lot in my proposal, which are these, what I call if successful sentences. So in a paper, you're trying to convince the reader, this is the solution. In a proposal, you're trying to convince the reader, this is worth looking into. And so to that end, I'll use a sentence that looks a little something like this. If successful, the thing that I'm proposing will result in this ideal outcome, okay? By saying something like this isn't lying. You're not saying, imagine you get rid of the if successful. Then how do you know, man? How possibly do you know that this is exactly going to result in this outcome? But you're like saying, no, this is how I define success, right? It clarifies what you're trying to do by specifying that end goal, clarifies how you're defining success, establishes a best case scenario. And if that ideal outcome, if that best case scenario isn't all that compelling, so if you say, if it's successful, this will result in a 1% improvement. Okay, how am I supposed to get behind that, right? Describe what you think it would be. Now, if it's unrealistic, then how can somebody get behind it? And it helps clarify what it is that your evaluation metrics are and what it is that you're trying to do. Here's a couple examples I pulled out from my career proposal. I use it for both research and education, right? If successful, purple, the thing I'm trying to do, I'm building this AI, deploying it, performing measurements with it. Concretely, this is what I'm doing. What will it lead to? In green, better understanding, more circumvention of censorship. This is what my career proposal was on, circumventing nation state censors. On the education side, I had already described Breakerspaces as lab. I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but a lab for group undergraduate research. I say, if it's successful, it will lead to this, more undergrad research, local impact, and also nationwide impact, ideally, okay? So those are my general tips. I really want to talk specifically about, what it is about the career proposal that is different. And in my mind, it comes down to these two things. The first is, who is the career for? Not everybody can apply for this, right? It's for tenure track faculty. So it's really only for people who teach, right? That's a big part of what we do. And the second thing is, it's kind of oddly long time scales. Some of the program directors have talked about this being approximately, like a small style grant. Those are usually 3 years. This is 5 years. So what is that about? And so I think it comes down to really on the really making the education plan a very big and very integrated part of your work. And for the 5-year thing, it's about thinking about defining an agenda that goes beyond. I want to talk about both of these. So in the education plan, when I went to the career writing workshop, there was one thing that actually somebody else from the University of Maryland, Maureen Carpois, said that really, really resonated with me, because she said that she was sitting there. She found that it was quite a bit easier to write about her research because it was more like concrete. Here's a problem. Here's my evaluation criteria. And then there was the education part. It was kind of like, I don't know how to talk about this, right? And so she had this sort of insight, which was approach it the way you approach your science. How do you approach your science? You have a problem, you have a proposed solution, an evaluation plan, and some idea on how you'll disseminate results. Ask the same exact things of your education. concretely, what is the problem, right? All of these things. Now, I want to clarify a few things, and you'll hear this from program directors as well. This doesn't have to be novel, okay? Unless your proposed research is actually education-based research. If it's not, it doesn't have to be novel. There are lots of really, really good existing solutions and programs out there that need more deployment that you could just integrate your research into, okay? Make these specific to your school. Motivate your problem with real data that's relevant to your school, and make use of existing programs at your school. If you don't know what those are yet, take the time to really get to know them. Okay, taking the time to get to know what resources you have, what specific problems your school, your students have, that should be a big, 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 big part of preparing your career proposal, more than you might even expect. So how did I do this? I won't go too much into detail, but my education plan focused primarily around this problem that I feel like not enough undergrads are getting the opportunity to do research, but it's really hard to scale it up. And so I developed this lab that I had done a couple years prior. I started running a couple years prior to submitting the career, that seeks to get groups of undergrads working together on research projects. So I motivated this problem with real concrete data from University of Maryland. How many folks do research? Data from nationwide data, as well as to who's doing research. I proposed this solution. I talked about some prior results from running it for 2 years. I had an evaluation plan. How do I evaluate the effect that group undergrad research has on folks? Well, I didn't know how to do that. And it turns out there are lots of ways of evaluating education research. That is a huge, thriving area of research. And fortunately, at my school, and I'm guessing at your school as well, we have a whole center all about these folks who offer these teaching resources. I engage with them. They help me design surveys for this. Really amazing. And I also talked about disseminating results. So what am I going to do with this? How am I going to broaden the frontier of knowledge as to how to expand this beyond? And I talked about making some resources to help teach faculty how to scale up undergrad projects. The second thing that's career specific is defining an agenda. So I had this big question: how am I supposed to know what I'm doing in 5 years? And when I went to the career writing workshop, asked the program director this, and they said it. They said exactly. They're like, nobody expects you to know what you're doing in 5 years. Just get that out of your mind. Don't worry about it. Instead, what they said is, tell a story about year 5. Provide this beacon on a hill. This career is about setting your agenda. So where is this all leading? Okay. So the way I think about this in the year breakdown is for years 1 and 2, I try to be really precise. I was very precise in my career proposal. Year 3, I had a decent idea, not quite as precise as 1 and 2. For year 4, I'm like, okay, here's what the problem is, but here's some potential solutions. But a lot of year 4 was kind of building off of like, it kind of depends on what happens in these prior years. And year 5 was straight up vision. It was, I don't know what the future is going to hold, but here's the potential problem space and potential different directions that might have. In my case, it's about automating ways to circumvent nation state censorship. And so what I talked about is, well, what happens if the censors start to react? Here's what that might start to look like. So to be honest, I'm a little bit embarrassed to share this, but I will, which is my career timeline. I went back and looked at my Git repository, and I noticed that my initial commit was 2 weeks before my final commit for this. But I want to clarify something. Okay. First off, there's a lot that's not included here. I didn't just start coming up with these ideas 2 weeks ahead of time. This is the result of about 2 years of brainstorming ideas, having some prior results, building 2+ years of building my education plan, having this lab, and really thinking a lot about this and trying out different things. I had been going and giving talks about this. So I wasn't just soliciting feedback about like my career proposal, but just talking about the ideas that shaped it. I've been giving talks, getting feedback from my school, from other schools, and also to help with some of these prior results. I had some early seed funding from another organization, the Open Technology Fund, OTF, which is really good. So if you're working in something like very anonymity and privacy, network security related, they're really good at small amounts of funding for really, really, really early ideas. So I almost didn't want to share it, but the point is that like by the time I started putting words to paper, I had so much of the organization clarified, the ideas clarified. I'd gotten so much feedback on the ideas that it was able to just come out really, really quickly, I think. What I wish I did differently, I wish I would have attended one of these workshops earlier. I had, just to reiterate my mistakes from earlier on, I had so many wrong ideas about what the career was supposed to be. So once I realized just how much, oh, by the way, there was something on the previous slide I forgot. I really wanted to point out, which was my education plan. This comes back to understanding it more. In this upper right hand corner, you see my education plan was 3 pages of the 15 pages. Okay, so realizing just how much that needed to be integrated was something I had to learn. I wish I would have learned that sooner. And again, understanding this idea of the agenda is something I wish I would have learned a little sooner. So just to quickly summarize, it's a grant. Okay, so the better you get at writing grant proposals in general, the better you're going to be at this. With some differences, the education has to be, it's bigger, more integrated. That's one of the almost defining characteristics of this grant, and that you're talking about an agenda that will extend beyond. I'll just close by saying the career, I think, is a great program. I think you should absolutely give it a shot. But whether you get it, whether you don't get it, don't let it define you. It is a wonderful way to hopefully further your agenda, but it's not who you are. Okay. So thanks so much. And I'm happy to, of course, there'll be Q&A. And if you want to reach out afterwards, of course, feel free to drop me a line. Thanks, folks.
Thank you so much, Dave. That was very helpful. And thank you for also sharing your, frustrations. So I think those are very helpful for our listeners to learn about. Okay, so I think in the earlier panel, there was a question about, hey, what if I'm trained a bit differently? Is SISE the home for me? So our next speaker is a very good example. Amirhossein Arzani is an assistant professor at University of Utah. He's in the mechanical engineering department. That's how he was trained, but he's also working in Scientific Computing and Imaging Institute. He shares that he's very passionate about music, and listening to symphonic metal music really helps boost his productivity. So Amir, please.
Thank you, Ali. Thanks. So Matt and Dave had great presentations. I'll try to add some to those. So a little background about me. So my background is not in computer science in terms of degrees. I got all my degrees in mechanical engineering, but my graduate training has been on computationally intensive research. I was a faculty at Northern Arizona University for 5 years prior to joining University of Utah this year. And my research is very broadly about computational cardiovascular biomechanics. We do computational physics-based modeling, data-driven scientific machine learning research, and also some patient-specific computer modeling for translational research. So my research program was about synergistic physics-based and deep learning modeling of cardiovascular flows. So as Matt mentioned, it's not going to be much interesting for me to go over the research. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just skip the research part, but I'll come back to the education objectives. But briefly about the education, my objective one was to develop a new education program, which I'll talk about later, and then integrate that with existing initiatives. Okay, so now a summary of my career journey. When did I start thinking about my career proposal? So the answer might be interesting. I started thinking about it last year of my PhD in 2016. And that's when I first was on the job market. So, I started thinking about it. I was really, really excited about, the vision that I was building at that time. But then you might ask, what percentage ended up in my 2021 proposal? The answer might not surprise you. None, right? None of that ended up in my final career proposal, because, this is the continuous, evolving process, you continuously think about your program, your proposed program. So my top timeline was that I first started writing, for my first attempt, I started writing in December 2019. I did a literature review in December, over December break. I started really writing during January, during the spring semester. I submitted in July 2020. And this was the engineering directorate and the fluid dynamics program. And the outcome was competitive, and it was positive, but it wasn't funded. And my second attempt, I completely changed the topic, and I started writing in January 2021. And this time I submitted to OAC, and it was highly competitive, and I was notified in November, and then it was funded. And so I made, during resubmission, I made minor changes to the education program, but I completely changed the research thrust. I only had some of the introductory material, and the broader goals were shared between the two proposals, but the actual proposed research was completely changed. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is when I attended this workshop, I think 3 years ago, and this was the engineering version of this workshop, one of the career awardees did something very interesting that I really benefited the most. And I'm going to do the same thing. So what that person did was that they went over sections of their proposal and, with a bit more detail on how they actually structured their proposal. So hopefully this will be useful for especially earlier career faculty who don't have much experience in writing proposals. So here's how I structured my career proposal. On page 1, which I think is really, really important page, section 1 was project overview and significance. And you want to start with something exciting, right? One of the greatest challenges facing, X has shown its potential for, despite accumulating evidence, and then, blah, blah, blah. So you want to have a very nice, grab attention from the beginning. You have a nice visualization figure right there. And then in the same page, have these short paragraphs where you get right into what you want to do after that introductory paragraph. The overarching goal of this career is to integrate data science and flow physics. That's what I wrote, and then I briefly described my thrust, and then I talked about the overarching scientific hypothesis, the expected scientific outcome, which in this case for the OAC program is talking about the cyber infrastructure, and then also the overarching education goal. And then I finished that first page with a grand challenge paragraph. I proposed this notion of X within my cyber infrastructure to achieve these scientific outcomes. And then in page 2, I had the objectives. So I had a large overview figure, actually what I showed earlier, summarizing the entire proposal. And then I started with the research thrusts or the tasks, and then the education objectives. And the way I had my education objective was that objective 1 developed a new education program, and objective 2 integrated that with different outreach activities. And then in the intellectual merit, I had different paragraphs talking about, the innovation, for OAC, for example, you want to make sure you talk about both intellectual merit and innovation on the science and the domain side, and also on the cyber infrastructure side. So for example, my framework will enable innovative discovery, then explain. I will advance CI research by providing, and then explain your novelty of your work. And then the part that I think is important for career is your relevant prior research and telling the story about who you are and where you come from. So the way I had written that part was that I started with a short paragraph that talks about my strengths and vision. And then I told everything that I had done that led to this career proposal. And this was a story. This was exactly a story. So I phrased it as such: my data-driven cardiovascular flow story. Let's connect blood flow physics and data science. And that was a story of everything we had done, in my group towards the end of my PhD, and then also later with my students, that had led to this new vision. And then at the end, I finished that part by proposing a cyber infrastructure that could overcome major limitations of, blah, blah, and provide a deeper fundamental understanding in certain areas. And then the research plan, you want to have, for each thrust, at least the way I had it was that it started with an overview that had the main objectives, the hypothesis, and also if you can link that thrust to an emerging area of inquiry, either identified by NSF or other federal agencies, that would be something nice to do if applicable. And then, I had scientific premise and other studies. This was basically the literature review part. And then, the actual part of the research plan, and then the validation assessment plan, potential challenges, and at the end, I had the expected cyber infrastructure outcome. And I ended this part, the research plan, with a paragraph that was a 5-year future career plan. So this is basically year 6 to 10. It was a short paragraph, maybe a quarter of a page, but this shows that you have a vision on how to further continue and lead in this domain. And then for the education and outreach program, I divided into 2 objectives. And, I had background, and I included STEM education literature review. So try to, for a career, my suggestion is that for the education part, try to write it very similar to how you would write the research part. So just like how you have literature review for your research, read a little bit STEM education literature. You might be surprised how big of a field it is, STEM education. There's tons of great work done there. So read a little bit of those works, try to back up your arguments and provide that in a small literature review. And then, I had some hypotheses that based on those work, I have this hypothesis based on this literature review on STEM education. And then I proposed my education program, which I'll talk about in a moment. And then I also included preliminary work. So, if you have done preliminary work in that education program, that's nice to include. And then an assessment program, and then talk about integration of research and education. And then, of course, broader impacts, timelines, and then that's the end of your proposal. So now, some additional things. So the question, how to select the research topic. So think of career as not just a research project, but a research vision. So I think that's how you should think about the career proposal, as a vision more rather than as a specific small project when you're trying to decide on your topic. And I think it's a good idea always to select a project that you initiated as a faculty. So, some or all of the preliminary data were, for example, led by your students. That's, I think, something very nice if you can do that. And think about what you will be known in the field in 5 years. How does this help you to be known and lead in a your specific sub area? And with a future plan, you can actually articulate that a little bit. And finally, if you're excited about your topic, it's much easier to sell it in writing. That's one thing I've learned from experience. So in my case, my project linked my established strengths, which was my training in PhD, with what me and my students had started. So it was a link between my own strengths and what I had initiated with my students as a faculty. Okay, and my education program was, I'll talk a little bit more about this one. It was developing a new program called FAST, Fluids, Art, and Storytelling. And the idea was that to combine visualization, computer visualization, fluid flow visualization with cartoons for effective communication of complex fluid flow phenomena within a story to the general audience. And as a kid, I was always passionate about stories. I had tons of storybooks, and as a researcher, I'm always passionate about visualization. The kind of work that I do has a lot of visualization, and that's what I'm always passionate about. It's one of the topics that I'm really passionate about. And this education program really married my passions within an education program. And the idea was this. The idea was that we wanted to integrate FAST in class projects. So this could be either mainly undergraduate programs, undergraduate classes, but it could also be graduate classes, and use the outcome of these projects for outreach activities, and also do the same thing for undergraduate students who work in my lab. And the activities were mainly regional, existing programs within the university or the region. And to integrate education with research, my education program integrates data produced from my research. So that's how research supports the education. And by students, by framing their research within a story and telling that to a general audience, students will inspire, new research possibilities. And that's how education can, help research. Okay, so now some additional advice. So I think it's a good idea to try to highlight your group's work throughout the grant. So as you're writing the proposal, try to use I have done this, I have done that, to emphasize that these are your citing papers that you have written, or also write my student has done this, my student has done this, to highlight papers that your students have written, because reviewers might not have time, or most of the time they don't have time to really check the references when you have those citations. And also make sure you have letter of support for education, and take the education program seriously. The best advice that I got for this was that stick to what makes you excited the most. Okay, so think about what you're really excited about when you're deciding on your education program. I wish I could say the same for research, but unfortunately, it's not like that. You need the enthusiasm and excitement of the panel that your proposal is going to as well. But for the education, and I can say that with confidence, that stick to what makes you excited the most. If you come from an R2 school, make sure your chair letter mentions time protected for research and your teaching load. Make sure to know the program well before you submit. An advice I got from one of the program managers that always do unsolicited submission first. It doesn't have to be the same topic of your career, but anything to that program to get some feedback, to kind of see how the panels within that program think. What kind of things do they, pay more attention to? So I think it's really, really crucial. This is perhaps one of the most important advices I have, is that interact with your program before you do your career. And also, another important advice is that the first pages of your proposal, try to write it for a general audience within your program. And I have a formula for this. So my formula is this: find the person within your program that is the farthest away from you. So think about all the sub areas that your program funds. Find that sub area that is farthest away from your sub area. Imagine a person coming from that sub area. Imagine their background. What kind of things do they know? Write for that person. Okay. And this is at least for the very, very early pages of your proposal, because most of the time, if you're lucky, one person is going to be within your sub area, and the others, well, most likely at least one person will not be, definitely. So for the submissions, another advice I have for the submission is that sometimes the reviews that you get are dry facts, and the emotions are sometimes responsible for the rankings of the proposal. So don't let yourself be lost in the actual reviews that you see. Try to decode the emotions that are behind the reviews. And that's, I think, a very good way to go about, thinking about which comments to address or how to address them. And don't be descriptive. Tell a story. Keep a story throughout the proposal, and that gets reviewed well. And I think another very important thing is that find where your excitement meets the community or the panel's excitement. If you can find the common grounds, something that you're excited, and how that intersects with what your field, your community is excited about. If you can find that common ground, that's going to be a very good, topic for you to pursue. And then my final word is that do not give up. If you trust the quality of your work, always keep improving. Don't give up. It's really, really easy to say when you get rejections. It's very easy to say the panel didn't understand it. They just don't understand, right? Even if that's true, don't let that fool you. Accept the blame, because that is the only way you can improve. And I took this screenshot of my research.gov. These are all the proposals I submitted to NSF my first 2 years as a faculty, all declined. And you can see all of them here. And this is, if you search my name on NSF's public database, I'm very fortunate and thankful to have 4 NSF grants right now. So, never give up and always try to improve. Just keep improving and get feedback, get mentors' help, and always try to improve. And I'd like to, thank you, NSF. And if you have any questions and you'd like to talk after the workshop, please send me an email, and I'll be happy to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amir. That was a very nice input from a different perspective. So our last speaker for today is Sahebi. She is an assistant professor in SUNY Albany, and her research interests are in machine learning and data mining for human-centered applications. So Sherry.
Hi, thank you so much for your introduction. I have been here listening to part of the talk so far, and very interesting and very informative. I learned a lot so far. I think there are many ways to do career.
Hey, Sherry.
I'm going to,
Sherry,
yeah.
just so you know, you're sharing the wrong screen. They can see your notes.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So I'm going to probably stop sharing. No, not this one. Okay. Does it work now? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so introduction, as mentioned, I'm an assistant professor at the computer science department at SUNY Albany. I have a personalized AI lab there. And my background, I had my PhD from Intelligent Systems program from University of Pittsburgh. Before that, I had a master's and bachelor's in software engineering in Iran from University of Tehran and Sharif University of Technology. So some little bit about my research. My research is mostly what I call human-centered machine learning. So applications like recommender systems, education and learning, so educational data mining, mental health informatics. And what I do is that I do methods like domain adaptation, process mining, to answer questions like how to integrate noisy information from multiple resources to model and predict user preferences, or how can we model temporality of behaviors and their relationships. But I'm not going to talk about my research here. I'm going to talk about how what happened when I wanted to submit to career and what I learned from that process. So I jump right in. This timeline shows the NSF interactions I have had until I submitted to my career and I got it. So I joined Albany in 2016. At the time that I joined, we could have had CRII proposals for the R1 universities. So I submitted my CRII in 2017. I was lucky I got it in the first shot. Then I submitted a small proposal and I didn't get it. Later in 2018, I had a collaborative proposal with a colleague in the education department, and we received that one. After that, I served on a panel, which was really, really informative. I attended a career workshop, the same, similar to what you are attending right now. It was in person at the time, before COVID, very useful. And then before I submit my career that I received, I also attended a career webinar in 2020. But in between, I had some other learning experiences that I haven't talked about. So first of all, the first year I attended my university, I was lucky that we had a university-wide workshop on general how to write grants proposals. So there we had people coming from very different backgrounds, sociology, sciences, and engineering. And we kind of read each other's proposals and gave feedback to each other. What I learned there was how to write your proposal in a way that many people can understand it. And this is a very important skill to acquire. And I think one of the ways that you can practice this, if you don't have such a thing in your university, is to give your writings to people who are not very scientific people, or your friends, to read and see what they understand from your proposal. We also had another university-wide workshop, which was on how to write a career proposal. That was very helpful also. In 2019, after I attended the career workshop from NSF, I wanted to submit my first career, and I did not submit it eventually that year. And I'm going to talk about it a little bit more. And finally, in 2020, what we had in our university was that all the people who wanted to submit their career proposals were connected in a workshop, and we could kind of talk to each other and keep tabs on each other, like, where are you in your process? What are you doing? And that also helped a lot. So another thing that may help is to find other people who are kind of in the same path and try to help each other to get there. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what happened in 2019 that I didn't submit my career. So what happened is that in March, I was thinking, okay, I want to work on this big project, and I want to be able to get some data because my work is a little bit interdisciplinary. So I wanted to be able to get some university-wide education-related data to be able to work with it. So I started talking to the university officials in March. And at the same time, after that, I started to ask for sample proposals from different people. So especially if there are people in your area who have had success and you think they may be able to share their proposals with you, that is another really great learning experience that you can have. So I did that in April. I planned to start, when to start writing and how to go by it. And I had planned to start writing in May. But the problem was that I didn't really start in May. I started reading the samples in June, and my actual writing began in June. And finally, during this time, I had all these different meetings to be able to access and get that data to work with. But in first half of July, I had my final meeting about the data, and that kind of failed. And that was one of the reasons that I decided not to submit. But there were other things that also has gone wrong and resulted in me not submitting. So first one was I was relying on getting a data that needed a lot of bureaucratic kind of processing in a limited time. Later on, I have seen some of the proposals that achieving the data or collecting the data was part of their proposed tasks. So I think it also depends on your area, but of course you need to have some preliminary work, but if there is a specific data that you need to achieve or get to work on, if you have support that you are going to get that data eventually, it may be a good idea to think about having it as one of the tasks in your proposal. So that's a lesson that I learned later. I also had a delayed start. So I wanted to start writing in May. I actually started maybe first half of June. That was kind of late for me. My project was too large and it wasn't a good fit. It was very ambitious. And also at the same time, because I didn't have the data and because it was something that someone may think of having in their, 10-year career, that was another reason that I couldn't really fit it in one career proposal. And at the same time, I was teaching many new courses in the university, so too much work stress, and eventually I didn't submit. I felt really bad, of course, because I kind of took it as a failure and didn't feel good at the time, but the experience helped me a lot in the next year when I wanted to submit my proposal. So in 2020, what happened is that I started planning or thinking about when to start, what I should do in February. That was really helpful for me because I knew where I'm going to go. But then in March, COVID hit. So we started working from home. In this picture, you see me without having a desk. I just scrambled something and I had a side table, used it as my desk and started working from there. It was a little bit difficult, but aside from the backache, I got used to it in a little while. So according to my plan, in April, I started to contact the people whom I wanted to have support letters from. So because of this interdisciplinary research, I needed to be able to, for example, deploy my algorithm in real world systems. So where does the real world system come from? Or I needed the data from some real world systems. So this time, first of all, the kind of support or data that I needed was more realistic. So I knew it's not that much of a bureaucratic process. And second of all, I started emailing to them early to be able to get their support. I had planned to write in May, but what happened was that, I started procrastinating with my herb garden. Well, because of COVID, everyone tried to do that. So I didn't start in May. Instead, I started baking as another way of procrastination. But at the same time, I started to check the idea with others. So instead of going with this big 10-year plan, I talked to different people. We had this career webinar, so I talked to the program directors. I talked to my advisor, who was the best person to know me research-wise. And that helped me to narrow down where I'm going to submit, like what audience I'm going to target to, and what scope of project I would like to have. And after that, I started the actual writing. During the writing, I also tried to find more collaborators, to find more support letters, and then we had this university workshop. After that, well, I had started writing, but it was kind of more or less spot on, spot off. But then another thing that helped me a lot was that I had a lot of talks and discussions with one of my colleagues who happened to be my husband also. So the baking, the herb garden were kind of a meditation for me. I escaped to them to be able to, breathe a little bit. But the walks were not much of a meditation because we fought a lot, which was a good fight. It was mostly like, why do you think your problem is important? Convince me of that. And these kinds of discussions help me a lot to understand how I can convey what I'm doing is important, what I am planning to do is, to me, the best way to address the problem, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's another thing that I want to tell you. If you can find someone who you can talk to, any colleagues or any of your students who are a little bit more mature, that is going to be helpful. I was lucky that my husband also was submitting his career at the same year as I did, so we were talking a lot. And finally, starting mid-July, I started intense full-time writing. Another luck we had at that year was that our deadline was a little bit further away during August. And a few days before the deadline, I received all the support letters, and then I could submit. And this was a better year for me because I received my grant that same year. But what went right, I think, is first of all, not submitting the previous year had taught me a lot of things. So I learned a lot. I started early. I checked the ideas with other people to narrow down the topic. I had lots of feedback. And with the university workshop, we had this checking with the peers. So we were connected to each other. We could keep tabs and help motivate each other. And of course, I had a lot of luck. So it's a combination of what you do and how much lucky you are, right? What should have gone better? Well, I should have started writing when I planned to start writing. If I could do that, another thing that I could have done was to contact other people to read my proposal and give feedback to me. Because the feedback that I had was mostly, with my husband talking about everything, but having feedback from people who are in your field, that would have helped a lot. And I think a lot of people do contact other people, senior people, or same level in their field to try to see if they can help read their proposals and get feedback to adjust. So I could have finished earlier if I had done that, and I could have received the feedback. Another reason is a little bit because of shyness, but that's not a good excuse. So good news is that after submitting the proposal, I finally got a desk, and both my husband and I received our careers that same year. So that was really nice. I want to a little bit go into what my proposal looks like also. Real quick, I think Amir's talk very well covered all the things that you should, focus on. So I'm just going to be real fast in it. My proposal, bird's eye view, it looks like this. So the boxes are proportionate to how much space each part had in my proposal. So the biggest part was my research plan and introduction, integration of research and education, which is basically your education plan. Research evaluation plan is very helpful. Because my proposal's evaluation in different sections of it had similar evaluation kinds, I put them all together in one separate research evaluation. Of course, you can put each research evaluation plan in each of your subtasks instead of bunching them together. I had a timeline, intellectual merit, broader impacts, and prior NSF results also. So when I was writing the introduction, the questions that I asked myself and tried to answer was, first of all, what is the general problem? Why is it an important problem? And it's important to give concrete reasons for that. You can have statistics, you can have applications, but it should be concrete. And then how do I want to address the problem? So having a big picture and of your whole plan is important. And how does my solution advance the state of the art? Now, for the current state of the research, it's important to know what has been done, what are the remaining challenges, what are the goals, and how the goals are going to be translated into objectives, right? And again, having a figure, an overall view of your whole proposal is really helpful here. Not only it gives an idea of what the reviewers are going to look forward to, but also you can refer back to your figure every time that you're talking into the tasks. And about the qualifications, don't be shy. Think about why you are the right person. What is your research background? What collaborations you have had, and how each part of your success relates to this particular proposal that you are writing. For research plan, again, as everyone has said, it's about moving forward from what you have accomplished. So you're going to have a more concrete plan at the beginning of your proposal to what you would like to accomplish more. So at the beginning, you may have more concrete plan, you may have more publications or prior work. When it goes toward the 5th year, you are more on the side of, I'm going to propose to do this, and the prior work may narrow a little bit. What helped a lot is, again, having a similar structure in your research plan. So I tried to have 3 thrusts, and for each of them, I followed the similar structure: introduction, problem statement, prior and preliminary work, which is a combination of what others have done and what you have done to, again, show that you can do it, and then the research questions you want to answer or the tasks that you're going to have. Having bolds and italics, not all the throughout all the time, but to identify what are the important things. So writing clearly using these kinds of structures really help. I'm going to skip like what I have asked in each of the introduction problem statements, I think because of time. And finally, in the research evaluation plan, again, you should have concrete measures. So what strategies are you going to use to evaluate what you have proposed? What are the criteria? What are the metrics? At the same time, connect it to what you are evaluating, to the applications that you are using, to the systems that you are going to have work with, to the collaborations that you need. So if you are relying on a particular data, how are you going to access that data? That is part of the way that you are going to materialize your research and evaluate how it is working. So you have to talk about that. And I had a list of support letters, of course, and in my evaluation plan, I referred to that list to say, okay, these people have agreed to share their data with me. So here is the kind of evaluation that I'm going to run on this data set. And in the education plan, build on what you have done before and also what your institute has. So some of the universities have, for example, some offices to help minorities and underrepresented students. One of the things that I have done is that every time that I am looking for an undergrad research assistant, for example, I will send an ad to this office because they distribute it to the underrepresented groups of students, and then I will get a sample of, some of the students who are coming from these underrepresented groups. So the distribution that I receive applications have a little bit more of underrepresented than regular, applications. So use what your university has to expand and build your education and outreach plan. And also remember to evaluate your outreach. How do you know that your plan is going to work, or if it has worked? For timeline, instead of just timeline, I had a management plan. So part of it was a timeline for the whole project. I'm a visual person. I like the Gantt charts, and I think it helps. So I had separated the research tasks and teaching and outreach in this kind of a timeline to show what is going to be done when. And also I had a list of collaborators or advisory board or supporters. I know they are not exactly collaborators, but a list that showed who from which institute is going to help me with what role. So if they are going to let me access their system and run my algorithms to test them there, or if they're going to share their data, for example, with me. And finally, I think the takeaway that I had is, first of all, start early. Talk to your program director. I didn't contact them directly, but I talked to them during the workshops, and it helped a lot in identifying the scope of the project I want to propose. Ask the difficult questions from yourself. Don't convince that, oh, I know this is good, so everyone should know it. No, you should convince people that this is good. So ask the difficult questions from yourself and try to answer them in your proposal. Make your proposal easy to read. Ask for feedback from other people, and people are usually happy to provide feedback. And at the same time, take care of yourself. Maybe have an herb garden or do some kind of meditation so that you can breathe in and have less stress while you are writing your proposal. It helps to have better ideas too. So I think I'm out of time. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you so much for all the panelists for very informative slides and information. What's going to happen now is we have about 26 minutes of a break. We will come back at 2 p.m. I believe the webinar will be open. So if you guys have questions, please type those in, and we will all the panelists and I will try to look at those and make sure we can answer most of your questions. One thing I noticed several times was the availability of the webinar as a recording. So I believe that's going to happen. And I think Wenjing can answer about the availability of slides as such too. Thanks.
Yeah, I think webinar is being recorded, so we plan to publish the webinar later. And for the slides, I think we need to talk to the individuals whether they want to share the slides on the website.
Fair enough. And I just noticed that if the recording is available, the participants will have access to the contents of the slides anyway. So thank you so much. We'll reconvene back at 2 p.m., right? At 2 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern. Great.
Okay, welcome back to the question and answer session for our recent awardees. I was keeping an eye on Q&A and I've not seen any yet. So I think we can start with one that seemed interesting, which was about, when and how did you start thinking about what to include in your education plan? Perhaps we can start with that. So any of the panelists can take it away.
I'm happy to jump in. For me, it was a long time coming. This was a problem that I had been thinking a lot about. It was something that I had observed. So sorry, let me clarify one more time. I mentioned earlier that my education plan centered largely around trying to scale up undergraduate research opportunities. And yeah, that had come about because even I was heading up our departmental honors program, and I just had firsthand view of the fact that there weren't that many folks doing it. And so I think realizing that I could identify a real problem that my school was facing, and it was something that I thought other folks were facing as well. I thought, wow, there's a real need here. And so I had just sort of slowly started, building up some ideas for it. So in a way, kind of similar to the research in a sense, right? Where it's like I started seeing this problem. Hey, I think there's something a hand I can have in this. I had sort of like these sort of preliminary results. But when it came to the sort of evaluation plan side of it, it wasn't until after one of the career writing workshop where somebody had suggested, think of it like a science, think of it like think of an evaluation plan. And I reached out to campus resources. And that's one of the things I really wish I would have done sooner, was really get to know all of the different programs and capabilities that are available. Again, you do not have to reinvent the wheel here. There are probably a lot of wonderful initiatives that you might not know about yet. So start thinking about that early, explore that early, and you can really have something that's very unique to your school and that can leverage lots of existing infrastructure, would be my suggestion.
I don't have anything to add on that. Dave said it perfect.
Cool. No, and I think that one thing for the panelists is that, Dave, I think you mentioned that you're running a good, effective program at UMD. So one thing in my mind that comes for our newer participant is that you can always reach out and look at that program and either try to, reach out to Dave for collaboration on that front, or, try to replicate that. So I think those are great ideas. Sherry, there is a question which is directed at you, but I think it also applies to many of us here, which is about that, hey, especially you, Sherry, your work is inherently interdisciplinary. So how did you then go about thinking, hey, which program should I target my proposal to?
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to type in my answer, but this is a better way to answer, actually. So that's a question I had also. So it's really difficult to decide. But what I tried to do was to first talk about my ideas with the program directors and program managers to see what they think. So it's not that I didn't have an idea. I had the ideas. I wanted to check the fit and see which program it will fit the best. Second thing was that I thought about where my main contributions are going to be. So given what I'm going to do and what I have done in the past, which program would be more appropriate for the main contribution. Although I think when you do interdisciplinary research, you have to try to excite both sides. And what I received in my reviews was also, I could read from the reviews, understand that at least one person in the panel probably was from the application domain, because I had, I think, 6 reviews, and which is a lot. So I think even if you are doing multidisciplinary, you're targeting a particular proposal, but probably the NSF tries to bring in other people also from the other side to chime in.
Thank you, Sherry. Do any of the other panelists would like to add to some of that?
So this isn't specific for the career award, but there is a grant, which actually I have in resubmission right now, where my collaborators and I had this problem where we were like, does it fit in SHF? Does it fit in OAC? Does it fit in CNS or CSR? And so what we did, the first thing we did actually is during this career workshop, one of my collaborators and I just went to the open meeting time with the PMs for OAC and SHF and just asked them and said, here is a 1-paragraph summary of what we're doing. Does this work fit in your directed or not? Now the confusing part is they both told us the answer was yes. So that's a little bit less than ideal. Hopefully only get one person saying yes from that, but more sincerely, I think, yeah, just ask the PMs. That's part of, their job is to guide you to the right place to submit, like Sherry was kind of explaining much more eloquently a moment ago.
I can also add just one thing, is that make sure you review the NSF award search. So, I'll search and see what's been funded in the past 2 or 3 years. And, your area, or people doing very, very similar, more closer research to you, what programs is there worth getting funded? And that's one way to look, decide on what program is the best. And also, if there are, just like Matt said, if there are 2 programs that fund your research, that could potentially fund your research, sometimes the terminology you have to use, the way you have to phrase the proposal, even for the same project, should be different. So you need to know that also.
So that is important, I believe. So I'm going to take a step back, because one of the question is, I think, a little bit very high level, which is how to write a good grant proposal. So instead of asking that question, I think because all of these are things that we should do to write a good grant proposal. So I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to go back. I see, I think you guys talked about, hey, my commit to the thing was only 2 weeks and all that, but then you also have different tries. So what do you suggest is a good time for people to start? And I know you have touched upon that in your presentations, but just to close the loop, it would be good to the people heard from you guys more clearly on that. I feel like I should name names. So Sherry,
go ahead, Sherry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it, of course, it depends on you. So I'm, for example, when I write, I go back and edit multiple times the same sentence and won't move on until I get it right. So it takes a little bit more for me to write. So what I did was I had 3 weeks of intense writing, only writing, but the sooner you start thinking about it. So I started, planning to writing and started outlining everything in May. It's going to be better. And I know that there is this statistic that shows the proposals who are submitted earlier than the deadline can have a higher chance of being accepted. So also it gives you not only about writing, but it gives you ample time to be able to ask for feedback, or if you're looking for supporters and you need them, to be able to contact them.
Right. So, maybe just to build on that, and just to clarify, I definitely did not spend only 2 weeks on mine, but just to emphasize what I said before, minimally, I would say you should have a draft, hopefully a good draft, like Sherry said, that you've gone through a few times, of the summary and the motivation at minimum, like a month before the deadline, and then send that to those people, that Sherry mentioned and I mentioned and others mentioned at that point, to start getting feedback. And you can, like I said, because those are the most important pieces, the things that are really going to sell your work and convince people that, this is a good idea, you can work on, the background and the research and, the evaluation plan and all that other stuff in parallel with the people who you're asking to give you feedback to get feedback. So, I know Dave said that a little tongue in cheek about, only spending 2 weeks on it, and when it was really like 2 years or whatever you said. But yeah, I would strongly encourage you not to only spend 2 weeks on it. That was one of the mistakes that I made the first time I submitted.
Yeah, agreed. I'll also just add to that the idea is percolated for a long time. It's by the time you sit down and start putting words down, for the most part, if it's not flowing, if you're still like, I wonder what I want to do, then take a step back, chat about it with some folks, like talk about some high level ideas. I think that's useful. And then another, also, I'm sure the first time you wrote a paper, it took you a lot longer than it takes you to do now, right? The first time you wrote an introduction for a paper, it was different. If what you find is that you keep hitting roadblocks because you're not sure what you want to do, step away, chat about it some more, read some papers, flesh it out, organize, so on and so forth. If on the other hand, you're like, I know exactly what I want to do, I don't know how to communicate it, I don't know how to write this, then serving on a panel can really help. Seeing other people's proposals, chatting with folks who have done it. How do I write about it? So one thing I mentioned, that like if successful sentence thing, and the reason why is because I don't know if you've noticed this about your own writing or about the papers that you read, but we kind of, we're pretty creative writers, we're creative thinkers and all of that. But the sentences we use in our papers are kind of follow a certain kind of template. Like I bet if you went back, you'd find a lot of sentences that kind of start with, next we look at blah, figure blah shows the result. We see that, right? So you have like sentences where you almost just like muscle memory, like, maybe you tweak it a little bit, you kind of switch the halves of the sentence. You just might not have those sentence templates built into your muscle memory yet for proposal writing. There are different kinds of sentences. So if you look at proposals, either because you're on a panel or because you look at other people's things, keep an eye out for how, like, I have an idea I want to convey. How did they convey an idea? And maybe there's even a sentence structure or paragraph structure that lends itself to that. So try to figure out, if you're hitting a roadblock, what is it? If it's the lack of ideas, if it's just like, I have the idea, so I don't know how to say it. And so both of these, that's one of the reasons to start early, because if you realize, oh my gosh, I don't know how to write a proposal, I need to learn that. How long is that going to take you? A week, a year? I don't know, right? So that's one of the reasons why, if you don't know where like the weak spot is yet, start early so you can figure it out and address it.
So I think since you guys are talking, there's a question which is specifically, so one question, let me answer that. And if you guys disagree, you can drop in, which is about like, did you guys use the existing BPC plan in your department? And I'm going to say that please definitely use that for the two reasons. Number one, it's put together by people who do BPC, who understand the challenges, who have been more involved. So they can help you and make your life a little bit easier by engaging you with the right people. So I would personally say that if your department, and I think all departments are now supposed to have a good BPC plan in place. So please do try to tie in your activities with the BPC plan, because then you can show that you have the support and the infrastructure necessary to engage with the target populations that you're talking about. Jumping on to the question, I think this question is tied into in people's mind, when to submit, should I wait for the feedback? So this was actually asked just for Matt and Dave, but I think all four of you can reply to it, which is more about, hey, if you go back to year one, would you have waited to get more feedback, or did you just submit? And so I think it's that, challenge that people face, that should I spend more time getting feedback, or should I submit this year and see what happens? So what are your takes, guys?
So just to clarify for myself, I submitted in 2020, which was my second year as a faculty member. So I submitted a CRII, as several others have talked about the first year. But even so, if you consider that year one, I would say the answer is yes, but I would have done things very differently, right? Like, especially seeking out and engaging people to give me feedback earlier in the process, and not, as we just discussed, trying to jam it all into these 2 weeks, would be what I would, if I could go back and redo it, that's how I would have redone it. So it's not that I wouldn't have submitted, it's that I would have left myself enough time to actually do it right.
Because I was mentioning also, I'll jump in. I could not have proposed the work that ultimately was awarded, because I hadn't done any sort of prior work in it yet. I didn't have the foundation. I didn't know, I wouldn't have known if I sat down and tried to come up with it. I wouldn't have known really what the problems are. It was my first year as a faculty member where we came up with the initial proof of concept. And so at that point, I wasn't even sure if it was possible. And it took another year after that to convince program committee reviewers that it was impossible, and then had to convince that it was possible in the grant. So for me, if I knew everything I had known, then yeah, sure, of course, why not? But I just didn't know enough about that problem yet. I didn't have the foundation yet that I could have.
And thank you, guys. And I think a follow-up question on that was that when you did resubmit, did you make a resubmission statement? So first of all, as we was talking about earlier, there's no need to do that because NSF treats every proposal submission as a new one. Actually, many times panelists do not know unless they were the panelists in the past one too. And even then, you're not supposed to factor that in. The second thing is, what did you change? I believe that Dave answered some of it because in his case, pretty much everything changed. But Matt, do you want to say, did you make any big, broader changes to your proposed idea?
Yeah, I mean, just for the first part, like to reiterate what you said, I consider the NSF to sort of be a stateless system in that they don't remember anything about what you submitted before, because it's almost 100% likely the reviewers will be completely different. So I never even considered a resubmission plan because I didn't think I'd be getting the same reviewers. So about the other half, I mentioned this in some answers to questions that I answered while others were talking before, but from the first time to the second time, I did make like a major pivot in my work, which is related to that buzzword stuff that I was mentioning. And so you can think of me from the first time to the second time, sort of like Dave mentioned in his second time to the third time. It was like, burn it to the ground, start over fresh, like, repitch all of the work. And, by repitch all of the work, what I really mean is like the motivation and the summary. The research ideas itself were not substantially dissimilar, so they're fairly consistent, but it was, the context I was pitching them in that I made, major changes to.
Thanks, Matt. And I think another question which is tied to being interdisciplinary is that, hey, if you reached out to multiple program directors and many of them show interest or multiple of them show interest, then which one do you choose? I feel it will depend on you, but Sherry, you want to take that? What made you decide one over the other?
Yeah, so it does depend on you, and also think about what do you want to be known for. So if you like one of the directions more than the other one, so try that one. If both like your proposal, that's great. So, but what do you want to be?
Fair enough. Okay, another good question. This one I think I would like to hear your answer about, because many people ask me the same question, which is, hey, you guys submitted multiple times and you guys submitted boom, 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 one after the other. So the question is that why, what made you decide to go for that? Why did you not wait for a year? What was driving you? What was your thought process? So if you can share that with the participants, I think they will appreciate that. Yeah.
I think I can start maybe. So I did my first career. My plan was 3, 4, 5. So I did third year and then fourth year I got it. But during the first years that I showed, I had many non-career proposals submitted. So I was really, cautious about not using my attempts because you only have 3 attempts. And, so I tried to make sure that, when I'm submitting the career, I'm at a point where I, really know how to frame a very good, compelling story, a nice proposal, a nice research program integrated with education. Everything, is convincing. So, but yeah, for regular proposals, I did submit many, and many of them, as I showed, were rejected. And there are many things I wish I had known. And now, if I had known many things, I wouldn't have had submitted that many proposals because I could have predicted the outcome of many of them, especially when you're trying to resubmit a proposal. So, so I think it's for every person it's different, and make sure you get enough mentoring and advice on different people to really come up with the best decision that suits your case.
Yeah, I can also add that it's just the projects that I was thinking of. So the CRII at the point was, to me, it was a stepping stone toward the career, which is, I think at this point it may be small, but I don't think that you really need to have any prior proposals really to be able to submit your career. Career is where you compete with people in your own kind of seniority, while for other proposals, you have to compete with everyone else also. So I think more than, of course, submitting proposals is a kind of practice, but what I would suggest is that sometimes instead of just submitting, just doing a synthesis of other successful proposals may be even more helpful. So for example, one of the things that I did for the proposals that I received, the sample ones, I went on them sentence by sentence, highlighting like this sentence is saying this and the other one is saying that. So as actually Dave said, writing papers is very different in that sense. So this could help a lot instead of just writing and submitting.
Matt and Dave, any quick thoughts on that?
I don't really have anything to add on what the two of them said, to be honest. I mean, ultimately, you need to get the career work like relatively early before you get tenure, right? So in my case, like waiting longer was not realistically an option if I wanted to get tenure. So, I think their advice is much more eloquent here.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to remind everyone what Margaret mentioned in the morning, which was about, hey, they want people to apply early and try early because it's designed, the career program is designed for, initiating and helping new people start with a vision and an agenda. Another thing which lots of people are asking about CRII and career. So keep in mind that for some of the participants here, they were able to do CRII because some of the rules were unclear in the beginning. But now going forward, it is my understanding, and I think we have program managers here who can clarify, that CRII is only available to schools that do not have, like they're not R1. So if you're at an R1, I'm almost sure that your school will not be eligible for you to do CRII, and career is the program you should go to. So instead of typing, I just answered all those questions here. One thing, Matt, for you was, which was the question that, you talk about, let me make sure it was for Matt or Dave, but anyway, you guys pick it up in the sense that there was a question about, hey, you guys talk about, don't use these words like the incremental words. So the question is then, what word do you use?
Yeah, I think that was for me. I have posted a bunch of answers to this because I think that was asked a whole bunch of times, but maybe just to say it, once here, so people stop asking. So there's not a one size fits all answer, and I think it's going to depend by area, but at least in systems like I work on, words like enhances or extends or smarter, in my experience, were not very good because they imply that something already exists, which you are extending or making smarter or enhancing. And, the reviews that I got were from the career panel was basically like, this is too incremental because the thing you're building on is already there. So it doesn't matter if you're making all these, I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. My interpretation was that it doesn't matter that you're making these big changes to it and you're enabling, support that doesn't already exist, because I'd use these certain words that kind of, put it in a box of, oh, like thing exists, I'm making thing better. That kind of biased reviewers to feeling like, it wasn't very visionary, so to speak. And so in terms of what I changed, I used words like clean slate or rethinking or new. And I also put in a paragraph like in my motivation that had like the bolded words, why now? And basically explain like, look, this is the state of the art. If we don't do this, here are the consequences. So why is now the right time to fund this work? And then just to give one concrete example, my title before I made these changes was enhancing future heterogeneous systems with smarter command processors. And what I changed, so you can see I used both the word enhance and the word smarter in the title, which was part of the problem. And what I changed it to was rethinking the control plane for chiplet-based heterogeneous systems. So, trying to use more, longer term, like visionary words about the work here. Almadena, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I just want to jump in. It's not my Q&A session, but I think what Matt just said is very important. And titles are extremely important. So please do not use any jargon. Do not, and it would be even worse if you use some kind of cute titles, you try to use sarcasm or, something clever. Don't. Please minimize to specific words, keywords, that you use in your specific area of research. Because as a program director, if I look at the proposals, I see title in my work area. And based on this title, I can determine if it fits my program or if I should, ask my colleague to look at it. If I cannot figure out what's proposal is about based on title, then I have to go and read the summary. It will like take me a few clicks. So it takes some time and effort to figure out the topic of your proposal. Then I read the summary. If I still cannot get it, then I get really angry. So bottom line is, please help us to figure out if you submitted proposal to the right program. Of course, we double check before we put in a panel, but what might happen is your proposal may end up in a wrong panel, and people with wrong expertise will evaluate it. And it happened on many occasions. So this is why I believe that please pay attention to your title. Make sure actually people in your area who read it understand what you're trying to accomplish. But it's enormously important. And sorry, I took some time, but I thought it's very important.
If I can add one thing on what you're saying, Almadena, that happened to me actually, not in a career, but for a different grant. And I think the piece of advice you gave me after that, because it got sent to a circuits panel, and the reviews were all about how my work didn't involve circuit like design, which was true because it wasn't supposed to. The advice you gave me at that point was like, after you can check on research.gov and you can see that your proposal has been assigned to a PM, for example. If it's been assigned to a PM who's not in your area, that's a red flag that you should go and ask some questions about as early as possible. You're muted.
Absolutely, be your advocate. So it is paramount that your proposal reviewed in a right topical panel. And Matt said that yes, every program director has a topical area, and for core programs and for career too. So if, let's say, you are a computer architect and your proposal ended up in software engineering, handled by software engineering program director, then there is something wrong. And it could be that your title was very misleading. But again, usually doesn't happen, but it may happen. And we really do not want this happening to your proposal. So please be proactive, and the best thing that you can do for yourself, make sure that your title is clear, concise, no jargon.
I'm going to use this as a segue to one other question that people have asked, which is about, hey, how much detail should we go in the jargon? So I'm just going to start this discussion. I think that when we say that don't use jargon, we are not saying that write shallow proposals. I think there's a difference between that. So I think if the panelists can comment on that aspect, that, what's the right balance of a bigger picture and then giving details, some solid details about your research plan and how that was helpful in your proposal, that would be great. Well, since I'm calling out name, Sherry, how about you start with that?
Okay, sure, thank you. Yeah, that's a very good question. And I also had that same question always. Again, reading sample proposals helps a lot, but what you need to do is, first of all, make your proposal easy to read, but at the same time, to show that you know what you're doing. So for example, if you are doing modeling, you should, if you are proposing something that it's easier to explain by having a little bit of equations, it's okay to go for that. So put that equation there, but make it easy to read, make it maybe generic, or make it as little as possible. So don't have a full page of equations out there. So I think that's one of the things that I can say for each of the things that you are proposing. Another thing that you can say to keep the broader area connected, you can say that, for example, this task is building upon X, Y, and Z. If there is an area or a particular kind of model, particular kind of algorithm that you are getting, you're using as a kind of backbone, you are citing that, you are saying that is coming from that areas, and then you will say, I am adding, adding maybe not a good word, but what we are proposing is going to be like this according to those ones, and then add a little bit of equations. But you don't need to have the exact model. You didn't need to have the exact formula, maybe a family of the kind of models that you are proposing, for example, in the area that I am, would be enough. I don't know if I was clear.
So if I can just briefly add on that, there's not a perfect answer here, but what I would say is you need to have enough technical jargon to convince skeptical but intelligent reviewers who in your community that you know what you're talking about, right? So if you completely remove all jargon and don't talk about anything, they're going to think that you don't know what you're talking about, right? So you need to put in enough so that you're speaking the same language as them and you're telling them the the key important things that you're going to do. But then don't go overboard, of course, for the reasons that Almadena and Sherry already explained. But you can't completely not use it at all, right?
And I want to add to that the first 2-3 pages, make sure it's broadly understandable within your program. It doesn't have to be broadly understandable in computer science or directorate, but your program, broadly understandable within the program that you're submitting. And then, as Matt said, later, you talk in more details in the research for the skeptical, reviewers in the research plan.
I would just to add to the jargon conversation real quick. I would just say be really careful. Make sure the terms that you're using are well understood and well defined, because things that people will read into your words their own perspectives. So I had some proposal I sent years ago where I was talking about IoT devices, and for me, I meant smart home. I never really said that. Some of the reviewers were looking at it and they're like, this has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on wireless sensor networks that are sitting out in a farm. I'm like, what do those have to do with anything? Well, to them, that was IoT, and it is IoT to them, right? There's just this sort of catch-all term. So whatever you're using, even if it's something like, well, people use this a lot, define it, make sure you nail it down, make sure it's just clear what you're talking about. Like me personally, I don't think the presence or absence of jargon is going to convince me that somebody does or doesn't know a topic. If they can convey the ideas, and if they can clearly convey that they understand the prior work and convey how it fits in, how their work fits in and expands the frontier of knowledge relative to the prior work, then good by me. But just make sure that the terms you're using are really truly well defined, and don't think about another reason to show it to other folks, right? Especially broader folks, because then you can see are they reading in something that I didn't really intend?
Yep, exactly.
So changing gears a little bit, there's a question about, hey, what is some good questions to ask your program director? We have participants scheduling meetings for our program directors tomorrow. So what would you think would be good questions for them to ask program directors?
I can start. One of the good things to ask is both about your education plan and your research plan, to talk about not only the fit, but also the scope. So for example, I think one of the things you can ask is, do you think this education plan that I have is too much in terms of 5 years? I'm not sure, because eventually the reviewers are the ones who are going to decide, but the program directors probably have a good idea in terms of this could be too ambitious, or so that's what one of the things that I would ask.
Yeah, I think there's 3 things in addition to that I tend to ask. One is here is research topic or idea X that I want to submit. Is it a good fit for your sub area? 2 is about serving on panels, which several people have mentioned already, but to reemphasize, is enormously useful, to see how the sausage is made, so to speak, and learn ways to effectively or not effectively pitch your work. And then 3, if you have gotten a proposal rejected, you can get high level feedback from them about what went wrong. They're not going to be like, oh, person X has decided they didn't like your work and they killed it or something like that, but they're going to tell you at a high level, this is what the the reviewers were concerned about, and it might be things that weren't necessarily in the panel summary, but are useful for you to fix for the next time. That was certainly the case for me when I met with PMs after my first submission.
Dave, Amir?
I think Matt and Shay said it well. Another thing is that, if you don't have review experience, ask about what are some common mistakes that proposals, get questioned in your program, to avoid some common mistakes that reviewers are usually pay attention to within the program.
Yeah, these are all great. I think is what I'm proposing too ambitious. Yeah, that can be a really good one. I mean, I don't know if they'll be able to give like super concrete feedback on that, but that's a good question, because that's a hard one to evaluate yourself. I would say anything that just seems uncertain. Yeah, getting on. This is all great advice. For me, what was uncertain at the time was, what the heck am I supposed to? I don't know what I'm doing 5 years from now. What the heck? So if there's any questions you have, just don't be shy. If you're unclear about what it is, like, for every experience that I've had with NSF tells me that it is like the closest, the best, one of the best forms of meritocracy that we have. They're really interested in trying to just make sure good ideas get out there and get a chance to do work. And it's so supportive. And so if I've worked with other funding agencies where they're so strict and they're like, I can't give you any feedback. I can't tell you anything. If you submit, do you get 15 minutes where I can answer questions? Bizarre. So they've heard every question. Okay. So don't be shy. If there's something unsure, they want you to learn about this process. They want to bring you into the fold and help you succeed. And so if you have questions, don't be shy, ask it. That's what they're here for. They really go out of their way for that.
Thank you, Dave. And let me knock out a couple of easy ones that have been asked. Number one is, how do you make sure some proposal goes to the program manager? If you're talking to a program manager in advance, very likely when you do submit the proposal, and the program manager has given you some good indications about it's in the area that they manage, then your proposal is very likely to be handled by that program manager. That's one. The second question which has been asked is about how do I get feedback or more detailed feedback? I think, again, talk to the program manager. And I see Almadena. So Almadena, you want to quickly add to that?
Yeah, so we already briefly discussed that. So there is certain, I receive personally all proposal coming to SHF, Software Hardware Foundation program. So I'm like an official receiver for all of them. Then I kind of send them to topical areas. And very rare I make a mistake, but I can. So proposal may end up in the wrong program director's here, not the one that you discussed. Then let's say if from my name, it changed to somebody else's name, but it works only for SHF. In IIS and CNS, there are different procedures. But in any case, if let's say 6 weeks after submission, your proposal is not at the program director that you think should be handling or with whom you discussed, you send email to this program director and say that I submitted proposal number this number, but it's assigned to such and such. And then we will take from there. But again, be proactive. But give us about six weeks to because we have a lot of other things in the pipeline, and career is not the only solicitation that we are handling. But I guess if you see the change in the name who proposal is assigned, then it's time to ask questions. And it's okay. It's a good thing. So don't be shy. Be your own advocate.
Almadena, since I have you, let me quickly ask you a question that was asked in the chat, which was about, hey, how do I know if my proposal is being reviewed by more than one panel? And I would have suggested that talk to the program manager. Is that correct?
I do not think that you should be worrying about it. Again, trusted us with your proposal, and it is our goal to provide the best reviews for your proposal. I think earlier today you heard that we prefer not to co-panel proposals, because I think unless it's absolutely necessary, because we think that reviewers are, can evaluate proposal. So usually we have more than one review if it's a really big proposal, but then it's so bottom line is, don't worry. There is one program director that is a POC for your proposal, and it's listed, you can see the name. And if your proposal was reviewed in more than one panel, you will receive 2 panel summaries. That's a first clue, and you will get more than 3-4 reviews, you'll get more. Then it's a clear indication that your proposal was reviewed in 2 panels. And that's basically it. But again, you should not be worried. At this, after submission, you just, relax and wait. And it takes NSF up to 6 months to make a decision. And it depends not only how fast we review your proposal, it also depends where in fiscal year cycle you are, because we may not have money yet allocated to NSF, and it's not internal, it's external. It depends on when Congress, releases a budget to us, approves it, appropriation. So there are many things involved, but it takes us up to 6 months to make a decision.
So I have my hand raised, maybe you can't see it, but I have something to say about this. We like funding career proposals that are quality proposals. We may or may not have enough funds to fund all the ones. These are particular ones that are rated as competitive. So at least in my panel, sometimes we hold on to them to see whether or not we can come up with additional funds for top-rated proposals. Top-rated proposals meaning ones that are not HCs, because we typically try to fund those. So if you are finding that you haven't heard back yet, you can always ask after, give at least 6 months. But if it's like 8 months, you might want to say, it's getting close to the time I may want to submit a proposal. If it gets declined, let me know. Yeah.
Thanks, Darleen. Okay, so one question for all of the panelists is looking at this, which is, hey, what was one big stumbling block that you guys ran into when you were doing proposal preparations? So let's start with Matt.
Yeah, I think my whole talk kind of was structured around this concept, right? But while all 9 of those things were stumbling blocks that I ran into, and the slides will be posted so you can go through them on your own time if you missed it. The biggest thing for me was that I didn't start early enough, and I didn't seek out feedback quickly enough from people who I trusted and who could give me as I said before, brutally honest feedback. And it was brutally honest, right? Like, I remember one of them, after I submitted the second time and finding out that it didn't get funded, they were like, oh, well, I read your motivation and I can understand why it wasn't, even before you told me that it wasn't. And I was like, oh, really? Why did no one tell me this before I submitted the second time? But it was my own fault because I hadn't sought out that feedback early enough that I could integrate it. So, I think that was my biggest problem. All the other ones kind of stemmed from that.
Amir?
I think for me, the hardest thing was making sure I'm selecting a good topic. So I spent an entire semester just thinking. So in the fall semester, I was just thinking about how to map out my career proposal, and in spring semester was writing. So I think that thinking part was also a difficult aspect, and planning and making sure it's the right topic for the right program.
Sure.
Yeah, I think both of these were very true for me too. And one of the reasons I didn't seek feedback was, again, being shy. But at the same time, I tell everyone to not to be shy, because I think always that I myself would love to help others by reading their proposal and give feedback. So think about that. Probably others would like to help you too.
Dave.
Yeah, so obviously, like, the most significant bit was choosing the right problem, right? That was my issue, I think, with the first 2 times I submitted. But generally speaking, when writing a proposal, the time, again, I spend most of my time on is that 1-page summary, really like organizing, right? And so the thing is, like, sometimes that means I have a hierarching like problem in mind, like some kind of story tying it all together. And then within that story, I come up with a set of thrusts. I'm like, nah, this isn't the right set of thrusts. I don't want to do this. Or for me to, if that's the problem, one of these things has to be the thrust, and I'm not the person to do that. There's existing things for that. So then I kind of go, okay, what's a set of thrusts I want to do? I go bottom up, top down, bottom up. That's where I spend most of my time, really. And then once I feel like this is good and I feel like I can draw a picture from it, or whatever the case might be, in terms of like really decomposing it into the set of thrusts that are all interesting, necessary, and collectively sufficient, then it's just, okay, sit down and write it all up.
Thanks. So there was one question which I think may have been answered, but it was about how much we can work with our advisor or postdoc advisor or use them as collaborators. And let me answer that from a totally different perspective, which is like, sometimes I'm asked to be on a panel. And when I'm on a panel, and I think many of our winners could also be on the panels in the future, I am usually looking for some people who have cut the cord. I mean, you are trying to propose your own vision, your own agenda. So personally, I would say try to, if you have to work with somebody who has advised you or mentored you before, you have to have a very clear argument about why they do it. If that person happened to be the source of the data or the resource, sure, you have a case. But as long as you have a case, I think people like myself would consider it. But don't just add a person who's your advisor, because it's a career. You are supposed to show independence. So in the interest of time, let me ask our panelist one more question. And if something else pops up, I'll do that too, which is that, all of you guys mentioned you either attended this or you talked to the program manager. So can you reflect on a key lesson you learned by listening to other winners, listening to workshops, and what one advice do you have for our future career proposal writers? So this time, let me pick Dave first.
So specific piece of advice that I learned from these things. Yeah, I tried to convey that in the talk. It was, for me, the thing I walked away with, there are 2 very specific things from the career writing workshop that I went to that just sort of removed the clouds, part of the clouds in the sky. One was education plan. Think about it, approach it the way you would approach your science. That doesn't mean you have to be publishing stuff in it, but in terms of breaking it down, how you decompose a problem, state the problem, back it up with data, articulate your approach, your evaluation plan, how you're going to disseminate results, right? Think about it through that same lens, and I think things are going to fall into place for you. And the other is, what do you do about that 5th year? And you're painting a picture, that beacon on the hill. This is what we're going towards. I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing at that time, but this is what we're going towards. And it's going to also sort of set the scene for my career that goes beyond this particular proposal. Those are the 2 things that really, really resonated with me.
Amir?
Yeah, I think one thing is that it's really, really helpful if you're familiar with the program. So, if you have already submitted to the program through CRII or other mechanisms and you've gotten feedback, the program, how it already reviewed for the program, that's super, super helpful. And the other thing is that it's a vision. So you have, if you try to make a case for your vision, try to sell it and show that it's exciting, show that you are excited about it, and try to, sell that excitement to the panel. So hopefully they are also excited about your vision for your future career.
Sherry?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I learned a lot was to start early and to format properly. Everything is also important, I think, but also don't shy away from submitting. You have 3, attempts. So if you think it's concrete, submit it. Don't be afraid.
Matt.
Yeah, I don't have a ton to add here. I kind of talked about this in my presentation, but I do remember explicitly sitting in this workshop, listening to these talks from the prior awardees and feeling like these people are like, gods and goddesses. How am I ever going to write something that measures up? Because I know one of them, for example, told me like, you need to start a year early when you start writing. And another one was like, had the most polished, like, PowerPoint presentation I've ever seen. It's like, I'm never going to be able to measure up to these levels. But, the nugget of wisdom, or the thing that I got that was, the biggest out of that panel was, that this process took work and you had to iterate on it, which I've, brought up in a few prior contexts.
Thank you, Matt. Since we have some more time, we can answer some other smaller examples or questions also, which were about, hey, how do you get I mean, I know theoretically all of us can have examples of successful proposals, but how did you guys individually go about having access to some recent samples? Like having access to my proposal doesn't help in 2023, I guess.
Yeah, I can.
Let's go in the, okay, Sherry, go for it.
Sorry, because I was really talking about that. So in that aspect, so one of the things is that, like, if you look at the last year's NSF Career Workshop, there are some sample proposals there, but also you can find people who are close in your area, but they're not exactly in your area, that have recently succeeded. Look up in the NSF website and find them. Or if you go to conferences, for example, there are people and you can talk to them there and see how they feel about sharing their proposal. Some people are, there are different levels. Some people would like to share their structure. Some are like those share the whole proposal. So it depends, but it's a good idea to ask around.
Yeah, I strongly agree with that. I guess I'm going to put in a small amount of legalese here. So each of you can technically submit a FOA request to our university to force us to give you our career proposal. Please do not do that. Some of you might be lawyers, but for me as an engineer or computer scientist, dealing with lawyers is not a fun part of my day. I'd much rather you just email me and I'll share it with you than I get a meeting with my university's lawyers telling me that I have to give it to you. But otherwise, yeah, I did the same thing, Sherry. I asked some people who recently got it, and in general, they were happy to share it.
I think don't be shy. As Sherry said, just ask. Use your network. This is where your network comes to your, help, right? So use your network, ask, and don't be shy. Most people are happy to help you.
I saw one person's career proposal. They posted it on Twitter or something. And looking at how, like, from wherever stage I was, which was like maybe just like a jotted list of ideas, I hadn't done that organization yet, and then looking at the final product gave me such like anxiety and imposter syndrome that I put it away and just said, I'm not looking at another one. I'm just going to try to convey my own ideas. So I guess I don't think that was healthy. So I don't know that I can say anything much better than that. But it's, yeah, I mean, figure out it's easy to say, like, to get feedback and look at everybody's things and take in as much information. But I mean, honestly speaking, like, that caused me a lot of anxiety, to be honest with you. So maybe that's another reason to try to start early. Because if you feel like, hey, I actually have chipped away a lot at this, I feel reasonably good at this, and then you look at somebody's stuff, maybe then you see it more as, oh, okay, I feel like I was 80% of the way there. I see now the gap between where you are and mine. Whereas if it's super early on, maybe that just stops you in your tracks. So I mean, get to know yourself, And maybe it makes sense to start like cracking away at it a little bit, at least, so that way, if you do see something that's, that's a few feet ahead rather than miles ahead. I mean, for me, I think that I don't know, that resonates with me and my own emotional response to seeing an amazing proposal.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to share with all the people that, depending on where your department is, many times departments and universities have really good resources, but it's just that when we are new, we are not aware of them. So it's okay to ask people, because people can get you examples. People can, like I know that just looking at the questions, I was feeling that now that you guys know about this workshop, you can Google the last year's workshop and it can answer some of your basic questions. And you can use the website that we have put up to also go to, answering questions like which program director does what, deadlines, things like that. So I think the step one is to beginning to know the game you're going to play. Let me ask one last, I still have time. Oh, wow. So I'm going to ask you this question. Did you guys, as a panelist, did you get an opportunity to serve on a panel before you submitted your proposal? And how did it help you? This time, Matt.
Yeah, so I did serve on a panel in 2019, I think. It was for an NSF small. I know we're running short on time, so maybe I'll just leave it there. But yeah, it was super helpful, like I said, to see how the sausage was made and see the things that people were doing or not doing that got their proposals not funded or got their proposals funded, which didn't mean I could just drag and drop what they did and apply it into mine, but it especially told me things not to do, some of which are reflected in the slides that I presented earlier.
So I did, I think, 4 or 5 panels in different programs, and super helpful. Really, it really opens up your eye on how things are working, behind the curtains, and gives you another perspective.
Sherry?
Yeah, I also served in one panel, and it, as Matt said, it basically told me what to avoid and what people, what is important for people and what they're looking in a proposal to be able to support it.
And Dave? Dave, I believe you are muted.
Yeah, I was trying to see. So again, by the time I submitted for my first career, I had been submitting NSF grants for like 5 years or something by then, and so I had been on panels quite a bit before then. I had not served on a panel before I had submitted my first NSF proposals, but yeah, my career was not the first one I submitted. How did it help? All the ways. Presumably you've been on a program committee for a conference. How has that helped you? It probably has helped you network. It helped you understand better, like what good papers look like, what the issues with papers that don't get accepted. I think there's at least as much, if not more, to learn from the ones that don't get accepted or that are like borderline and don't quite get in than there is from just looking at all of the best ones all the time, right? So eye-opening. And also, I mean, I find oftentimes I leave like the panels or a program committee or something, and I'm like really encouraged. I'm like, hey, I can do this. I see what went into this. I can go do this. And so just it's super valuable in every dimension, I think.
Awesome. So I think with that, let me go ahead and thank Matt, Sherry, Amir, and Dave for taking time out to share their experiences with us. Thank you so much. And I believe we are now moving into the next section where the questions were already being answered. I saw Almadena typing. So thank you very much again. Thank you very much to our panelists for sharing their experiences and being open about this hard time and their, things that worked and things that didn't work. So we are all set to now move on to the next round of things. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Abby. And thank you all the panelists. It's amazing that while you're doing this live conversation, so many questions are answered in the Q&A text box. You guys are amazing. And yeah, thank Phil for answering so many questions as a program director. So next, I think we're going to switch the angle again. So we're going to have two NSF program directors to tell us some inside NSF story, right? How a proposal is being processed after you submit the proposal, and some common mistakes from the NSF program director's point of view. So we will have Jenny and Phil Regalia for this session. So Jenny, I think you are ready, right?
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm great. I joined earlier. I noticed all my questions already answered. So I'm going to go through these slides pretty quickly because many of the discussion already cover my slides. First of all, I would like to thank my two colleagues, Dr. Fisher and Dr. Wharton. I actually created slides from their slides, and I merged the two slides together and created this new set of slides. And this slide is about proposal life cycle and what happened to my proposal. So I'm going to talk about two sections of my presentation. One is I'll talk about the life cycle of career proposals, what happened before your submission, during your submit, after you submit it, and what happened afterwards. So first I will have an overview diagram to show that how the awards were made. And then I'll talk about the pre-submission suggestions for your pre-submission. How do I increase my chance of a success? Then I'll talk about the review process and then post-submission, what happened after the award decision. And after this, if I have time, I will talk a little bit about the SISE programs. I think many of you asked which program should I submit to. So I will give you the list of 4 divisions and you can decide which one you should submit your proposal to. And if you want to, you can also ask questions during my presentation. I don't think I can answer live, but let me finish and then I will answer them. First, this diagram shows the life cycle of a proposals. It starts from solicitation. So we send out the solicitation, and for this year, I don't think the career solicitation is going to be changed. So the solicitation, you can still use the last year's. And for this year, the submission deadline is July 27, I believe. So basically, the first thing is a solicitation. And after we see the solicitation, read the solicitation, prepare your proposal, then you submit. And the submission going through research.gov and grants.gov, either one, you can pick one of them, but no more FASTNet, no more FASTNet, this is outdated. And once you submit it, the proposals will come to NSF and get to our desk. Many of the program directors are here. It will go to their folders. We have an internal tool and it's going to go to their folders. And then they will organize reviews for the proposals. And there are 4 kinds of reviews. Most often for career, we use a panel to review the proposals. And sometimes we find out, actually my own experience, we found out that this review doesn't give us enough information. We invite ad hoc reviews. We invite additional reviewers to review your proposal. And in that case, it means a combination. So for career proposal, very often you have a panel, both panel and ad hoc reviews. Besides that, we have a 4th way to review it, which is called internal review. For instance, one of the proposals submit to the math division, and they think, oh, you're applying AI to math, so they're asking me internally to review it for them. So we have all those 4 kinds of reviews for career proposals. Once we finish the review, we create a file called portfolio. We create a portfolio of all the proposals, and we list them, and then we also write basically the information about each of proposals, and write a summary of each proposal, write a review summary. And for all those information together, we present, the program directors present all those information to the division director. And then we discuss with the division director based on how much fund we have. We make the final decision. It's an award or decline. For decline ones, it will just send to your organization right away. For the award ones, it's going to be sent to the division of grant and agreement. And once they send it to them, then they send the information for the award information to your organization. Okay, so that's the entire flow. So that's it. That's my presentation. No, okay, I can have several more. Let me get into the details of each step.
Jenny,
Yes.
this is not in the presentation mode, so it is a little bit hard to read.
Okay. Okay, so let me change to presentation mode, slide view. Can everybody see now? Now
Yeah,
I
this is
cannot
much
see
better.
myself. Is there any way I can remove this?
Oh, you
This-
cannot see it?
Yeah, because the view, it's blocking me. The view of the, okay, let me make it disappeared. The Zoom view, it's blocking my, okay. So I can see most of it now. Good, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, great. Now let me get to the first pre-submission. And I mentioned in the previous slide, it's that read carefully the solicitation and FAQs. Before you ask questions, check the FAQ. And every year, if you have a new solicitation, read them because they make some change, even though the minor change, so pay attention to the changes. And for your proposal, we want to start early. And you want to watch the websites for the release of the solicitation so you can start early if there's any change, okay? And also you want to contact your program, your sponsor research office to tell them you plan to submit. And also contact your collaborators that you plan to submit, okay? So they can write this collaboration letter on time. And then after that, I heard the previous presentation is that you need to start thinking about your idea, right? You want to clearly describe the idea, how you will accomplish it, and what resource you need, right? Start thinking about it. And also identify the potential questions and answer them. So what kind of research gap, what kind of research needs, and how you're going to address them. So that's the questions probably, I think I heard the previous talk. It's you probably start thinking about this in the fall, right? So maybe 1 year starting early, which means the 1 year ahead of the schedule, right? Of the submission time, okay. Let me put this away. Okay. So, and how to increase the chance of success to be successful? First, serve on the panel. All those 4 PIs in the previous section, they all talk about they serve in the panel. So how do you serve in the panel? Again, you watch the website for reviewer request, and then you sign up, volunteer for that. And if you have the in-person panels, probably more informative. But if you don't have in-person one, the virtual one is also okay. Nowadays, mostly virtual one. And again, the proposal idea selection, that how do you select which idea? Okay, you can take the whole semester to think about it. You need to, you probably want to pick something that excites you, right? Something you really like. If something you don't care about, someone else probably don't care about either. So you want to pick something that you care about. And before you submit, the very important is talk about your topic selection and alignment. Once you select your topic in the previous slide, you pick a topic, you think this is a great topic. Now you need to think about where do you want to submit it, right? What program do I submit to? And where do you want to submit? Well, you can look at solicitations from the candidate programs, and also you can search for awards using the FastLand, the keywords in the previous award. You also want to write a page summary. And then once you have a page summary, you find out the award, you find some match. Okay, even it's not 100% match, maybe 50% match. Then you find the program director of that program and contact them. Okay, and send them the one-page summary and get the feedback. And one very important one, this is I learned from my previous person, is to check out the awards of the core program of each division. So when you cannot decide which division to submit to, you check out the awards of their previous year, right? And then you know, okay, what kind of program, what kind of research they're funding, and then you can find your match that way. Okay. now there's many questions about when is the best time to submit my career proposal. Well, the best time where some people ask, do I submit early, late, or whenever? I think the best time is when you have a good research idea, you have a good development, well-written proposal, then you're ready. Okay, so very important. The three key things I highlighted here, it's that you want to find an important problem and you have a compelling solution to the problem. And you also need to have some preliminary results to show that this is possible, and also shows that you have the ability to accomplish, to finish the project. And besides that, we also like for the career proposal, the broader impact is quite important. And education, I noticed the reviewers really look into the education, and they're not just looking for you just teaching one class or something. You want to have your research and your education integrated together. Okay, so that education part is quite important. You don't want to just one sentence on education. You need to have more than one sentence. And what happened if you try very hard to find a program to fit your proposal? What if you still submit to a wrong program? Actually, there's a backup to that. It's the program director will usually check to see if your proposal fits into our program. If not, we usually will get back to you. I know that we contact the PIs and tell them that this might not be a good fit. Somewhere else might be a good fit. You can, if it's okay if we transfer to somewhere else, right? Because we want to pick the right community and right panel, and we want to provide the best review we can for your proposal. What factor do we consider in the review? Now that those slides was about pre-submission, and starting from here, we're talking about reviews. And our review pretty much three items we're reviewing: intellectual merit, broader impact, and the solicitation specific criteria. So those are the three items. And besides that, after the review, the panel will give us a recommendation, and we pretty much base on the panel's recommendation, and then the program officials, program directors would make their own judgments. And here are the things they will consider besides the panel recommendation. They need to consider how much fund they have, and need to consider the ranking compared to other proposals. And sometimes they also need to balance different fields so they can cover all the important fields. Okay. And here's the things during the review. This is our criteria been used for the review. One is for the intellectual merit. You need to advance knowledge, understanding, benefit the society, potentially transformative concepts or ideas. And the whole proposal need to be well-reasoned, well-organized, have a sound rationale, and very important. I heard the reviewer always say that you need to have a way to assess your success, need to have a good evaluation plan. And also the reviewers are looking for the individuals have a good qualification, your previous publications, your previous successful stories. Those are definitely helpful. Okay. And also they're looking for the results available to you, even if you don't have, say, the cyber infrastructure at this moment, but you have a plan to get the cyber infrastructure that can support your research. So those are the items used in the review. And what the reviewer panels look for. And this is the things we copy from here during the review. The reviewers usually look for those items. They look for the clear summary. That one-page summary is very important. You don't know how many times I go back to look into that summary. I just look there again and again. So the one-page summary is very important. And another thing, you want to have some discussion of related work. And you want to include preliminary work for two reasons. One is to show that your new proposal is different from your previous work. And the second reason is to show that you have the ability to accomplish the new work because you already have done the successful preliminary work. Okay. And another thing is you want to show the impact. You also want to show the risk and trade-offs. And those are the things the reviewer are looking for. The budget, because career is 5 years, make sure you have the work that is enough for 5 years. And again, evaluation plan. How do we evaluate that the project will be successful or not? Okay. And in terms of the funding, how a decision made, and this is what internally inside the NSF, basically in CISE, they have a programs and the clusters. And once the PDs would hold those panels, I talk about those panels, once the panels finish, when it's at an ending, typically each cluster would discuss, I think I talk about that, you create a portfolio of all the proposals, and then they would discuss with the division director, and then also they will also want to write up in the portfolio, include the intellectual merit, broader impact, integration of research and education, all those components in your portfolio, and then present it to the division director. And the division director, then the discussion, basically back and forth discussion, sometimes certain times, it takes some time for the discussion. And then the division director and DDD would approve or disapprove, basically based on the discussion. And once it's approved, then the program directors will write down their report for each proposal and then submit it. And then would have a DD concurred, because this is after discussion, and then go through the DD concurred. And for those recommended for award, you'll be sent it to the grant office, which is the DGA, and it will take up to 4 weeks, so about a month for the DGA to eventually send the award letter to your university. And so the PIs will get the reviews and also will receive the panel summary along with the award letter. And if it's declined, then you will also get the reviews and a decline letter, okay, good. And what if your proposal is declined? I think we several people ask, should I resubmit the same one or not, right? So we have that question. Basically, if you need to understand the reason why it's a decline, and then carefully read the reviews and then the summary and ask yourself, did I select an important problem, right? Remember the first thing is pick an important problem and have a comparing solution, right? And is your problem clear? Did you describe a problem clearly? And if you did explain it clearly, and it's your approach credible, right? People believe that it will work or not, right? And are the concern critical? And if the panel's concern, if they are critical, then you need to come up with a new solution. If they're just minor, then maybe you make some minor change. And you probably want to wait a little bit and come back and read it again and think about and ask yourself about those 3 questions, and then decide if you're going to submit the same one or come up with a new one. And also you can talk to a program director about how to improve your proposal. And this is, again, it's the same question. Should you submit the same one? And besides the things about the review, you also need to note, because the next year is 1 year past, right? And in computer science, things moving so fast, right? Like ChatGPT is everywhere now, but 2 years ago, maybe not ChatGPT yet, right? So you need to ask yourself if this is still an important problem, right? Or has this problem been solved yet? Okay. And if someone else already have a better idea in solving it, then you really cannot use the same one, right? And if the topic and approach is still viable, right, it's still good, and you still think this is the best, then maybe you want to rewrite your proposal and make it a better proposal. And but the important thing is you need to update the literature review, because in 1 year, many things could be published already. And also update your own work, right? In this year, you might have a new publication. So all those updates you need to make. And in terms of addressing the reviewers' concern, please keep in mind that each year we have different reviewers and different panels. So this one might not be as important. It's more important to write a good, well-organized proposal. Okay. And keep in mind, don't get discouraged. Even the best accomplished PIs get declined. It always hurts to get declined, but you just acknowledge the disappointment to yourself and move on. Okay, what if What's the good news? Okay, if you have the good 5 years idea in the important research topic, and which can significantly impact your field, and you did all this following, you start early and edit often, you have a compelling writing for your narrative, and for your narrative, you have an integrated theme. Okay, put all your threads, it's a one integrated, one theme. And also you have done literature review, up to date, you have preliminary results, and you have a well thought out, broader impact. You have everything you think, oh, this is the best proposal you can get, then, well, you're on your way to get the award for career proposal. That's the most important criteria to decide when to submit. Right. And what happened if you were selected for award? You will hear from a program director. A program director will contact you, and they either negotiate budgets with you, or they will ask you to address some reviewers' concern. Even the best proposal for HC is highly competitive ones. Sometimes they do have some reviewers' concern that will be addressed. That is the first step. And then they will ask you to write a public abstract. So if you receive an email asking for those ones, usually it's a good news. And after that, there's some other follow-ups. And once you get the award, you're supposed to submit annual and final reports. And if you do get an award, congratulations, make sure you state where you propose a project. If you want to make any change, you need approval from the program director. And you also want to make sure you also implement your integration of research and education, as well as your outreach activities. And now you're in the next stage. The next stage is about writing the annual report. And there's several important things in your annual report. You want to include links to code and data. I always ask the PIs to include those. And your report should have as much detail as you can about your accomplishment. And very important, you should have a project website. That would be nice, because then you can keep track of your progress, and you can provide a summary of your research. And also your activities, those are very useful. Your accomplishment in research and education, your outreach activities, those in the website, that would be great. Right. And I think, how much time do I have? Give me a second. This is my second part. The second part is about SISE different divisions, where to submit. How do you pick your divisions and where to submit your proposal? Okay, I still have 5 minutes. Can you still see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, great, thank you.
Presentation mode, but it's okay.
It's okay, okay. This is the last few now. Okay, so we have these 4 divisions, and you can go to their website to find out their called proposals been awarded last year, and then find out if your project matched with them. And besides the divisions, we have programs. Here's a list of possible programs. I think Margaret already have the presenter list. So besides the divisions, you can pick programs. And there's another question I always ask is that, what about the CRII, right? And I think I answered it earlier today. It's the CRII, it's like a starting package. So many questions asking, should I study with CRII and then to career? Well, not necessary, okay? And the CRII, it's an it's a startup package. If you have an institutional startup package already, if you have a package, then you don't need a CRII as a package. And if you have those things I asked you to check, good problem, good solution, good preliminary results, good writing, well-rounded proposal, then maybe you're ready to submit. Then you don't need a CRII award, okay? So again, keep in mind, CRII is like a startup package for you, right? And besides that, some people asking about cyber infrastructure support. We have some existing cyber infrastructure here, and if you need them, you can ask for a supplemental, or maybe even quote them, or apply for independent proposals to get access to the cyber infrastructure resource for your research. Okay, and finally, thank you very much for your time. If you want to be a reviewer for OAC, because I'm from OAC, then you can sign up to our, this is one, it's our mailing list. And every time if you need the reviewers, it will be posted to the mailing list. So you sign up for the mailing list and look for the opportunities of the reviewers. Okay, and that's it. Thank you very much for your time. And almost used all of my time. Let me see, there's so many questions. I think my colleagues are helping me.
Jen, I just want to make sure that we are clear that CRII has very specific eligibility criteria.
Yes,
and right now it is not open for R1 research institutions. So it was opened before. So we just need to make sure that
very good.
Understand.
Yes, because we assume that R1 has always have a startup package. So that only the non-R1s need the startup package. So therefore, this is for non-R1s for CRII. Very good. Thank you. Yes. I think I run out of my time. Yes. So I'm going to answer questions offline and by Phil setting it up. Right. Okay.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Jenny. With the time remaining, I'll do a brief overview of common mistakes to avoid in writing career proposals and some remedies along the way. For the first few slides, keep in mind that NSF uses a peer review process, and in any peer review context, your job as an author is to win over the readers. Okay, so number 10. Very common complaint we get are proposals having fonts too small. And this is relevant because among the many ingredients that go into a winning proposal, annoying the reviewers isn't one of them. And the reason this is annoying to the reviewers is because it promotes reader fatigue, which is your worst enemy. Once fatigue sets in, the likelihood that the reviewers will catch the detailed points in your proposal diminish markedly. Now, when we see these small fonts, it's usually a case of somebody's trying to cram in too many words, and we'll return to that in a few slides from now. But at this point, let's just see what the proposal and award policies and procedures guide mandates. Most of these come in Times Roman or Computer Modern Roman, in which case the minimum font size is 11. You should have margins at least 1 inch in all direction and no more than 6 lines per vertical inch. And the best way to satisfy that is to use one of the sample files or templates that we've set up on this GitHub site, which pass all this, have been verified by the people who do research.gov. Now, some other fonts in which you can drop down to 10 point, but keep in mind those will still promote reader fatigue, so they're best avoided. Second one, figures that are overly crowded or illegible. And I say a picture is worth 1,000 words or maybe a few equations, provided it's something that the reviewer can grasp from the first sight. Here we have a couple of figures that are overly crowded. We have this one from MATLAB. We've got 8 or is it 10 curves crammed into the same plot, each with a slightly different line style that apparently we're supposed to take each one, map it over to the legend box and read over some abbreviation that means, who knows what. Then the one at the bottom of the page is what we call a spaghetti diagram, because there are too many lines on the page. Now, both of these are examples of something that makes perfect sense to whoever created it because, well, they know every nook and cranny of these visuals. But the reviewer seeing these for the first time, they see a pill that is too big to swallow, so they don't. It's lost on them, okay? So always avoid overly crowded visuals. So how would we repair these? Coming to this first one, do you need 10 curves on the same plot? No, you don't. How about your method? The next 2 competitors, then what jumps out from the page is that your method is better. Now, so the one down here, think about how you might combine these elements into functional units to minimize the number of interconnects or wiring going on in between them. I should point out both of these were taken from the MathWorks website, right? Those are the people who make MATLAB, and somebody over there apparently thinks these are good. The other thing to worry about is in color. Use of color is fine. In MATLAB, for example, you put multiple curves on the same plot. Each line gets a separate color. That's great to visually distinguish them. But here's a secret. Many of our reviewers, believe it or not, will still print out your proposal and work from the printed page because it's a lot more comfortable than staring at a computer screen. And if they don't have a color printer, that nice colorful plot of MATLAB looks like this one, which we call 15 shades of gray. Okay, so use of color is fine. Just make sure that it also works in black and white because number one, not everybody has a color printer. And number two, some people are colorblind. Then finally, these are both line drawings, therefore they should be using vector graphic formats. That would include, for example, encapsulated PostScript.EPS, portable document format.PDF, scalable vector graphics.SVG. It would not include pixel-based formats such as portable network graphics.PNG or graphics interchange format.diff, and especially not a lossy pixel-based format such as joint photographic expert group or JPEG or .jpg. Now, if you're not an expert on all these graphics format, I'll simply say that Wikipedia is your friend. Okay, moving on, acronyms and abbreviations. Here we're referring to the ones that you invent and that you and you alone are using, because that constitutes a private language that excludes the reader. When you use a private language, you are not communicating. Now, before we jump into this, what's the difference between an acronym and an abbreviation? An acronym, strictly speaking, and you can look this up, is an abbreviation that can be pronounced as a word. The classic example would be, say, NASA. It stands for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. When you put those letters together, you can pronounce it as a word, therefore it makes an acronym. And as George Carlin famously remarked, FBI and CIA are not acronyms, they're assholes. His words, not mine, but if that made you jump, then good, you're more likely to remember the distinction. And I raise that because oftentimes what we find do not even rise to the level of an acronym. It's a mere abbreviation, like, something NNS, TEST-MC. What the heck is that? You can't even read it, right? Therefore, they're very cryptic and make the text hard to read. And it's very rude to the reader because somebody's reading your proposal, they're getting just the basic ideas, and out of nowhere you drop an abbreviation bomb, say this one, and the person's interrupted, and you say, well, what is that? And then they have to stop, they have to figure out, going back into the proposal, what does that mean? And, especially if they have a printed copy, right, they're not going to have an electronic search function to help them. Now, at this point, there's always at least one person in the audience who says, yes, but I defined it the first time I used it, which is probably true, except, where was that? Was that the previous page? Was that 3 pages earlier? Either way, you've interrupted the reader and you really disrupt the continuity of the flow of ideas. And if we analyze that statement, I defined it the first time I used it, whoever says that is really saying the following: that they somehow expect the reader to commit to memorization a seemingly arbitrary abbreviation that they've never seen before, and that they know after they finish your proposal, they'll never see it again. Now, does that sound kind of presumptuous to you? And the correct answer, of course, is yes, that's remarkably presumptuous. Remember what I said at the beginning, in a peer-reviewed context, your job is to win the reader over. Excessive use of these abbreviations has quite the opposite effect. It alienates the reader, because it says to the reader that you are not a member of my club, you are not a part of my clique. Okay, so it's generally bad communication. So the takeaway from this slide is pretty simple. The sooner you eradicate yourself of this bad habit, the better a person you become. Here's another common bad habit: dissing the competition. Diss here means to show disrespect for. There is a tendency among some authors to elevate their work by putting others down. This happens during the review of related literature. Whenever you quote somebody else's work in this area, you always find some flaws, some imperfections, some shortcomings, but not yours. Usually runs as follows: we tried these method by Johnson, we got these results, and the results look terrible. And you're really saying in so many words, Johnson's method sucks. Then this is approached by Smith, however, then in goes the knife. And the problem with this, of course, goes back to the 2 words at the beginning: peer review, right? You said in so many words that Johnson's method sucks. Well, what if Johnson is sitting on the review panel that examines your proposal, right? Or if not Johnson herself, somebody who's familiar with her work, holds it in high esteem and doesn't appreciate some young whippersnapper casting it in an unfavorable light. What happens in that context is that they give you a taste of your own medicine. So yeah, your approach is flawed too. Here's why, and then boom, game over for your proposal. This is one of the easiest ways to shoot yourself in the foot, right? So the first takeaway from this slide is always be diplomatic when you cite other people's work. You don't say Johnson's method sucks. You say Johnson's method works admirably well, provided these conditions hold, whatever those conditions are in your problem space. You then point out that the problem you're working on lies beyond those conditions, and hence you've motivated why that's not good enough and why we should look further, right? This way, time through, notice you've demonstrated you understand when and where it works, you've said nice things about it, and you've offered good motivation for why that doesn't cover the bill. And if we contrast that with the earlier version where we ran these results and they don't look good, I'll be blunt here. You look like a doofus by comparison. In fact, whenever you cast other people's work in an unfavorable light, you run the risk of planting in the reviewer's head the idea that maybe you didn't understand this work you're citing, and you do not want to plant that idea because that will lessen their confidence in your ability as a researcher, okay? So the first takeaway was always be diplomatic. The second takeaway is demonstrate that you understand the work that you're citing, and you go against that when you cast other people's work in an unfavorable light. Okay, now we go more into some of the structural features, and this one was raised earlier this morning, a poor distinction between work that has been done, we'll call preliminary results, and work that remains to be done, called proposed work, or the difference between the present and the future, right? Because time flows, it's very tempting to try to write up what you're doing in a continuum. But by doing that, you're assuming that the reader will either infer or magically correctly guess where the present stops, in other words, what has been done, and where the future begins, what remains to be done. And wherever that ground truth lies, we're going to call it a fence. And if you leave that boundary, that fence to inference or guesswork, well, the reviewer is likely then have a guess that falls one side or the other of that ground truth. And it turns out no matter which side of the fence it falls, it's the wrong side of the fence. Let me illustrate why that is. It's not unusual to hear a reviewer say, I really like the vision of this proposal. It looks like great work. But from what I can tell in reading this, it looks like most of this is already done. Whereas that when the proposer thought that he or she was describing the future work that remains to be done, the viewer understood we were still in the present work that has been done. Oops. And likewise, if it falls the other side of the fence, now the tables turn, right? The complaint is that there's way too much work here for the time frame allotted. I'd feel a little more confident if we had some preliminary work to attest the viability of this approach. And if you get that as your feedback, you're ripping your hair out because you did produce preliminary work, but the reader didn't infer that. They thought while you thought you were discussing the present, they understood you were already in the future, okay? So never leave this distinction to guesswork or to inference. Be specific about what has been done. If it's preliminary work, you call it preliminary work, you delineate it as such. If it's a future work that remains to be done, you call it a thrust or a research task, you delineate it as such, but never leave that distinction to guesswork. Okay, so this brings up the hardest part of writing a proposal. How do you phrase the future? It hasn't happened yet. Okay. Well, first one that doesn't work, we do not expect to see research plans saying year 1, month 9, day 3, I'll be doing this, year 2, month 5, day 27, I'll be doing that. Right? That does not a research plan make. That is what we call an IKEA instruction manual, right? It says that anybody can do it. Second technique that doesn't work are generic we will statements. And the context here is somebody's done a very nice job motivating the problem and identifying where are the knowledge gaps. But then the plan consists of little more than we will fill those knowledge gaps, as in we will devise a sublinear time routing algorithm. Great. We will devise a content filter that eliminates disinformation while preserving privacy. Each time the reviewer says that would be great, but how are you going to do that? And as author, at that point, you realize you've kind of painted yourself into a corner, because if you were to explain how you were going to do that, people would think you already had it done. So that's one of the reasons generic we will statements don't buy much credibility. Okay, so with that out of the way, what does work? I'm going to break it down to 3, maybe 4 ingredients. Ingredient number 1, what are you trying to do? That's the same thing on the Heilmeyer list that Jenny presented. And whatever it is, I'm going to call that a shiny ball at the top of the hill. That's very attractive, and that should be apparent from the get-go of your proposal, not page 3, but on page 1. Second ingredient, what stands between you and that shiny ball at the top of the hill? In other words, what are the challenges or obstacles that you, or anyone else for that matter, would have to overcome in trying to reach that shiny ball at the top of the hill? Now, by developing these, you accomplish a couple of things. Number one, you demonstrate that you understand what you're getting yourself into, right? Generic Weevil statements convey none of that. And more importantly, it allows the reviewers to assess, is this easy or is this hard? Oftentimes when people say this looks like incremental extensions, well, oftentimes those extensions are rather challenging, but how would we know if you don't point out what those challenges are? Okay. Ingredient number 3. What do you bring to the table to convince your viewers that if anybody has a fighting chance in overcoming these obstacles, that person is you? And by bring to the table, I mean, do you have some new insight or some new theorem or some new methodology or some toolkit or any combination of those as appropriate to your problem space? And go ahead and demonstrate what that arsenal looks like. Oftentimes people will do this in the context of a simplified or a toy version of the bigger problem, if only to illustrate how their tools or insights work. And in doing so, you find yourself naturally articulating attack strategies and solution strategies. Then the final one, what is the validation plan? How will we know you're successful? This varies markedly from one program to the next. So in the breakout sessions or the one-on-one, talk to the program directors and see what they want. Okay, next one, project summary. This is the one-page summary that we use in order to decide what the proposal is about, what panel should it go on, and also we use it to try to get the readers, the reviewers interested in which of these they might like to review. They can't review all of them. Now, the main difference you see in comparing these two examples is the density of text, right? The model on the left apparently is clear, concise, and to the point. The model on the right is stuffed to the gills. You cannot shoehorn a further word into that one. And the suggestion here is that the model on the left is preferable to the one on the right. So what I'd like to do is briefly step through these two so that you understand what that difference is. So we'll start with the model on the left. Basically, you have 3 text boxes to fill in. The first one says overview. Here the PI explains what is the problem he or she is working on and why is that problem important. Done. Next comes intellectual merit. Here the PI explains what he or she brings to the table. What are the expected contributions? Then comes broader impacts. Here the PI explains how, if the research is successful, society at large will be the beneficiary. Now, when you phrase it in those terms, it kind of makes clear it should depend on the research, right? Okay, so the takeaway here is clear, concise, to the point, nothing left to guesswork. Now we'll go to the model on the right. Yeah, again, same 3 text boxes. Now overview, it reads blah, 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 blockchain. Okay, then comes intellectual merit, it goes blah, 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 blockchain, and then broader impacts, and you get the direction where that is going. And the problem with all this overly verbose language, and I think Matt raised this point this morning as well, there's a tendency for some people to do a lot of buzzword dropping according to what they perceive to be hot topics. So I'm working on an important area. And Matt made this point. The reviewers see right through this, and I'll add to that, so to the program director. It does not impress us. All it does is, number one, increase the likelihood that it might get assigned to the wrong panel. Don't tell me about blockchain unless you know how to simplify the consensus protocol. Don't tell me 40 billion IoT devices unless your proposal is actually how do they peaceably coexist, etc. Don't tell me interpretability or deep learning if that's not what you're dealing with. Don't drop buzzwords that are not directly related to what you're working on. Now, the second danger of doing that is once we recruit the panelists and reviewers, what we do, we send them this one-page summary for each proposal on the panel, and then try to figure out which ones do you think you would be better suited for reviewing. Now, when the experienced reviewer sees the model on the left, the responses range between, on the one hand, right up my alley, be happy to review that one, to the other extreme, not my first choice, great, at least we know. But when they see the model on the right, you know, there's an old expression that first impressions are lasting impressions. And the first impression the model on the right makes is, blah, 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 blockchain, and that is just a simple turn off, okay? So aim for the model on the left. Next, the most frustrating part if you get any reviews back is a statement that something wasn't clear. Now, keep in mind, it's always clear to the author. Doesn't mean it's clear to the reviewer, right? We can read your proposal, we can't read your mind. Okay, symptoms here, long-winded explanations, having too many superfluous details, and a poor organization of thoughts into words. Okay, the remedy is twofold. There's a short version and then a slightly longer version. The short version is use fewer words. When I started out, I was instructed after you have your first draft, you put it down, you come back to it with a fresh start the next day, and you ask yourself, how do I say the same thing using half as many words? Now, it's unlikely you'll reach a 50% reduction in word count, but if you reach even 15%, you will be amazed at how much the clarity improves because you've gotten rid of the extraneous details nobody cares about, because you yanked out the side remarks and the tangential stuff that doesn't contribute, and because you cut to the chase rather than beat around the bush. Okay, make every word tell. The longer version is as follows. Now, some of you already are very good writers. You produce text that's engaging, compelling, and absolute pleasure to read. Notice I said some of you. In an ideal universe, a parallel universe in which everything functioned according to plan, I would have said all of you, because coming back to this imperfect universe, all of you work in an area where you will be judged by how well you convey your ideas in the written form, not just the proposals you submit to NSF, the journal articles you submit for publication, the conference papers that accompany your presentations, your own course notes. And so if you are not already a talented author, you had better up your game, and I mean soon. Now, how do you do this? Well, it's often remarked by skilled writers that good writers are good readers. There's no better way to read. By reading, I don't mean IEEE articles, I don't mean ACM articles, I don't mean NERIPS papers. I mean literature, novels, books, plays, short stories, etc. Because you will expose yourself, number one, to people who tend to be very good at putting words into sentences that convey deep ideas, which is what you're trying to do. And number two, it'll expose you to the essential ingredients of storytelling, which are character development, plot devices, conflict, and resolution. Now, you may think, well, that's nice. What's that got to do with writing a proposal? Answer, pretty much everything. Except that the characters in your proposal, they aren't people, they're scientific ideas. The plot devices are how do the ideas combine, and where direction can you take these ideas if you combine them. The conflict here is what are the challenges and obstacles that you have to overcome, and resolution is what you bring to the table that says you're the person to do this. And then we realized, well, those are the same ingredients you just saw a couple slides ago. And that's because successful proposal writing amounts to telling a story. Okay, lackluster education plan. We saw a lot of discussion on the education plan this morning, so I'll be brief. A lackluster one will say, I introduced this one new course kind of related to what I'm doing for research, and the reviewers will say, well, of course you did, that's your job. It has nothing to do with getting NSF funding. I think the discussion elsewhere went a little more detail on what's good and what you can do education plans. So I will just, in the interest of time, fast forward here. This one goes especially to some of you who, as part of either your PhD work or your postdoc work, did something that really turned a few heads that made people realize, wait a sec, that was really cool what you did. You must be the next rising star. And so when you submit your career proposal, everybody's going to want to read it. Now, if what they find is that you're just doing the continuation of what turned a lot of heads, because we have these various loose ends that we want to tie together, and we didn't quite look at this corner case, and we could do something more over here. They tend to view it as though you're trying to sell us a used car. We're not in the market for a used car. We want something in which you're going to think big and try to imagine leaping into some new area, because you are at a privileged age where you're at or approaching the height of your creativity, at or approaching the height of your ability to absorb in new ideas. And a career proposal is where you're going to try to map out where is this uncharted territory, where is an area that we need research that nobody else is doing. Okay, so imagine a world. Don't content yourself to stay within your comfort zone. And the final one sort of goes against what we heard this morning, but I'll qualify it. Research plan lacking cohesion. It's not just a collection of things you have to be working on. What we like to see are how are the different research thrusts related to each other? Is it the case that what we learn from one thrust feeds into another? Okay, so don't staple together unrelated ideas. Make sure there's an overarching theme that ties them together. Oftentimes people have a long list of tasks that reviewers will call a laundry list. If you do have many tasks, make sure you prioritize them. Make sure which ones come first, which ones depend on the previous ones, which ones feed into later ones that see this coherent structure. This goes against, I guess, what Matt said with the hammer model. Sometimes people say, well, you have one hammer and everything looks like a nail. That's where the expression comes from. But sometimes the hammer model can work if it's clear that these are closely related nails and that this tool actually has some broader application. If it's just one little tool that people oversell by saying everything can be solved partially with this, that's what this comment means. So no disrespect to Matt's take on this. And then finally, as we've been emphasizing all along, try to tell a story with your narrative. Okay, so that leaves it with just a few minutes at the end. So I will stop my sharing and see if there are any further questions. Okay, one of them says, slide number 5, project summary, left-hand side, did not have the project title at the top. So isn't the project title expected for the one-page summary? No, it is not. The project title is on the cover page, and to the extent that reviewers would download the proposal as a whole, they'll look at the cover page and get the title. Some people do add it, but it's not required. Probably missed how to describe the future plans. Time does not permit to do that. Is there a LaTeX template for the proposal? Yes, the slides here will be made available. There's a clickable link on GitHub, and there are like 2 or 3 different samples, one of steering clear of the AMS packages, the other based on the AMS packages, because as far as those AMS packages go, some people swear by them, other people swear at them. So we have both of them up there. Pictorial figure describe the contributions and the PhD continuum and how it continues use to build a 5-year career. Yeah, using a figure to show how the ideas tie into each other, which thrusts feed into other thrusts, is very good for giving a visual representation of what the people are going into. Some reviewers are more visually oriented than others, but something that just sort of gives a roadmap can be extremely helpful. Yes, that's a very good suggestion. If it's co-reviewed by 2 programs, you get 2 panel summaries, no problem whatsoever to reach out to the second one. If it was reviewed by 2 programs, because we felt that it probably could interest more than one community, and so they may indeed be looking at different aspects. So it definitely should reach out to both program directors in that case. Any other questions? Should it be single or double spaced? Good question. Single space, but no more than 6 lines of text to the inch. You may have to print it out and use a ruler, or if you have Acrobat Pro, you can superimpose a ruler onto your text. But the samples that I referred to earlier do meet that requirement, and it's something very easy to check. We use LaTeX for proposal writing. Yes, that's highly encouraged because it will handle equations and references and do a more professional job at squeezing more words onto the page. Is there an official template? No, we have unofficial samples that so far pass all the compliance checks of research.gov. And again, that will be on the first or second slide once these slides are made available. Any other questions? Share more than a page to the PDs, get feedback with the details of our proposal. We say a 1-page summary. Sometimes people stretch it into 2. but it's generally a better idea to shoot for something that is clear and concise than for something that goes into more detail than we really need. Save the more detailed version for your colleagues who are more likely to proofread the technical content. All the program director will answer is whether or not this is the appropriate program to submit to. We will not critique the ideas themselves other than to tell you generically, if this is a crowded research area, make sure it's clear what sets your work apart from everybody else, what makes your work rise above the noise floor. Any others? Budget negotiation. Would the proposed funding size affect the final decision in any way? Well, to the extent that here money this year is growing on trees, no. In previous years, we had tight budgets, perhaps. We may not be able to provide sufficient details in a shorter summary. We're not looking for details in a project summary. We're looking for a summary. Less sometimes is more. It is also the case that I have systematically found overly verbose ones, and in the span of 10 minutes, I can knock out about 20% of the text and it's clear. If I can do that, so can you. Will the preferred review list be seen by the panel? Absolutely not. Very good question. And also list of reviewers to exclude. Those are what we call single copy documents, meaning there is one copy that stays in NSF that is not shared with anybody outside of NSF. So do not feel that, oh, I don't want to put names in the reviewers to include or reviewers to exclude for fear that people will see it. No, that is confidential, is not shared with any of the reviewers. How many pages is sufficient? You have 15 pages total. Do at least a full page for the integration of research and education. Some people do up to 3 pages. We heard this morning, we prefer to see more on the forward-looking research than on all the great accomplishments we've had thus far. Okay, then Wenjing, we are approaching 3:59, is that right? And so yes. 1 minute from now, everybody's supposed to go join their favorite breakout session.
Yes, thank you so much, Bill, and thank you, Jenny. Yeah, this is the last plenary session, right? So I think next we will have the breakout sessions, and then in the next 4 days, actually, many of you will have one-on-one meetings with a program director. So before we go to the the breakout session, so let me introduce Professor Awardee. So Bo is the person who did most of the one-on-one meeting schedule. So Bo has some reminders, clarifications about those post-webinar things that he would like to remind you. All right, Bo.
Bo, seriously.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so just a couple more things, the logistics stuff. First, the post-workshop survey. We'd really appreciate if you can provide your feedback to our NSF career proposal writing workshop. So the link is in the chat box. So make sure that you will hit the submit button after you complete the survey, okay? Second, the one-on-one meetings. I believe for all of you who have signed up the meeting request, we have already sent the meeting information to you over the past couple of days. So each meeting has 20 minutes. If you have any issues, please feel free to contact us. We will try to address them as soon as possible. I believe that for some of you, you still don't have the Zoom link for the meeting with the PDs. We should be able to send to you very soon, most likely while you are in the breakout rooms. Okay, and if you have any questions regarding the Zoom links in the next few days, please try to contact your PD directory because we don't have control over the Zoom links. Their email address can be found on the NSF website. Okay. Finally, the Zoom links to the breakout rooms where you are going to join immediately after this. You can find it in the chat box as well. I believe that's all I want to cover. Wenjing, anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Thank you, Bo.
Thank you.
I think the post-workshop survey is very important. So the VT team actually is tasked to run this workshop for 3 years. So your feedback is very important, so that can help us to improve the workshops in next year and the following years. And it's anonymous, right? So you please take a few minutes to finish that, even before you leave the the meeting today. So click on that and make sure you submit. Yeah, and before we enter the breakout room, I think you can enter any breakout room, right? So it doesn't matter which the room you indicated early when you register. So before we enter the breakout room, so Mitra and Phil, so the NSF team, do you have any anything else to?
Just thank you so much, Wenjing and Bo, and Ali as well for the great job you guys did today.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Wenjing and the VT team for doing such a wonderful job. Everything went smoothly so far. So now is the next session where the participants are meeting with the program directors. Please go to the program that is of interest to you. And once you join, if you find that is not the right program, you can always go out and go to another program. That's not a problem. So thank you again.
All right, thank you. So I think then you can start to go to your breakout rooms. So yeah, the information sheet has already been sent to you yesterday, right? And you can use the link there to enter the breakout room. So if you have any problems entering the room there, you can come back to this room and we can provide you updated information. So I hope there's no problem, but just in case there's any problems you encountered. And particularly for EWF, there's an update for the EWF's breakout room link. So it's in the chat box. So if you are going to EWF, so you should use this link that in the chat box. All right, thank you. Thank you all for staying with us for this the workshop. Yeah, I hope I will see many of you next year.